being with us. Um, I appreciate everyone being with us for our 4th annual Caregiver Conference. I'm Maryam Attarpour. I'm the program manager here at the Family Caregiver Alliance at United Way. And I wanted to go over some webinar information today, just so we have that information. I'll be repeating it throughout the day. Everyone here is in attendee mode unless they are a speaker or panelist. And that means that you can submit questions through the Q&A feature, and we will read the questions to the presenters and have them answered during each Q&A portion of the workshops throughout the day. If anyone has any technical glitches, feel free to send me an email. I'll be checking my emails sporadically throughout the day. And if there are any other issues, you may also feel free to reach me via email, and I will get to those when we have our lunch break. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker for our welcome address, Maria Cimini from the Office of Healthy Aging. And Maria, are you here with us? I can see your name here, but I want to make sure. Oh, perfect. Let me just.
Not quite perfect. I have quite a glare. There we go. Good morning, everyone. I also just moments ago got the most terrifying pop-up on my screen that said that my system might restart at 9:15. So if I disappear suddenly, I apologize. These, life happens like this. And as caregivers, we're all used to having to deal with the unexpected at a moment's notice. And so I hope that I'll be able to complete my welcome comments. So if that's okay, Maryam, I'm going to jump right in and try to beat the clock. Is that
absolutely? That is absolutely fine with me. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be with you all today to kick off the 2022 Family Caregiver Conference and Award Ceremony. I'm Maria Cimini. I am the director of the Office of Healthy Aging, and our agency, the Office of Healthy Aging, was thrilled to be a founding member of the Family Caregiver Alliance of Rhode Island. I want to start off by acknowledging Christina and Maryam, the incredible team behind today's event. I'm sure it's going to be amazing for all of you as participants. And to also thank my own colleagues, Dana and Aletha here at the Office of Healthy Aging, who do so much to support the work of caregivers in Rhode Island. Thank you to the several speakers and panelists who are participating in today's event. I know your insights will be greatly appreciated by the audience, and thank you for your leadership and passion. And I also want to congratulate this year's Caregiver of the Year, Bethany Hogan of Ripon. That's so exciting. As you know, caregivers are the pillars of our families and communities. They are serving our loved ones and ensuring that they are healthy and have the ability to stay well. It's a joy to come together to honor them and uplift the hard work that they do and so much that they give of themselves in service to others. According to the 2020 AARP Caregiving in the United States report, 53 million adults in the United States are caregivers. It's a huge number, 53 million. And nearly 80% of that care is being provided to older adults. In Rhode Island, we have a larger percentage of older adults compared to other states. So we really need to focus on the needs of our caregivers, the caregivers in our communities, in order for our communities to be healthy, not just those individuals needing care. I've often shared that in the first few days of my role here, I've got so many emails and text messages from various professional colleagues with questions about where to go and what to do to help a loved one. As we know, sometimes people enter a caregiving role suddenly. Someone has a stroke, or maybe an older family member falls, breaks a hip, has a heart attack, and your world changes overnight. And suddenly a daughter or a husband, a spouse, a partner, a child becomes a caregiver, a role that they didn't anticipate. And for others, kind of like my family, it was a more gradual process. Some of you may have heard me talk about the cognitive decline that my mother-in-law is experiencing, but also my father served in Vietnam and was ravaged both physically and emotionally from that service. And so I was raised in a house with ongoing caregiving as my mom became an older adult caregiver as they aged. And that work, unfortunately, became more challenging as they aged. So I know the challenges, the sacrifices that people make for the care of their loved ones. And I really appreciate all that you do. And I know that sometimes it can feel like you're stumbling around in the dark. COVID-19 pandemic has really shown a spotlight on the vital role of caregivers. Navigating the last few years have not been easy for many of us, and our lives have been forever changed. And it can be challenging physically, emotionally, and financially. But I hope you, like me, take comfort in knowing that we're not alone and that help is available. I joke that my job is sometimes just selfish. I need to know all these resources for the older adults in my life. And I'm thrilled that the Office of Healthy Aging exists to ensure that older adults and adults with disabilities have every chance to age strong and connected to the community and their loved ones. Here at OHA, we embrace a whole family approach to caregiving support, connecting families and caregivers to information and support for a myriad of programs and services. We know the better prepared we are to deal with the situation, the easier the task will be, though it won't be easy. From our at-home supports program to our lifespan respite program, adult day health services, the DigiAge collaborative that connects seniors to technology, caregiver support lines, so many things. There is help available, so please reach out. Reach out to the point, 462-4444, where trained, caring staff can walk you through the options that are available for you and your loved ones. Again, I thank you for your service and your commitment. I hope you thoroughly enjoy today's agenda and take moments to pause and reflect on just how resilient and amazing you are as you take care of yourselves and your loved ones. And thank you for having me today. I appreciate it. I apologize if I'm going to disappear suddenly as my computer suddenly does a reset. Thank you, Maryam.
Thank you so much, Maria. And you are right on time. So if your computer does need to reset, you are good. And so many of the things that you said resonate with so many of us who work in this field, but also have a special personal connection to either being a caregiver or seeing how caregiving affects our loved ones' lives. In a lot of ways that are difficult, but also in a lot of ways that are so rewarding. So I thank you for your beautiful words. Next, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker, and I'm very, very excited for our keynote this year. Let me just promote Elizabeth to a panelist here. And Elizabeth Miller is joining us from Georgia. She is a family caregiver advocate, speaker, author, and certified caregiving consultant. Elizabeth's personal experiences caring for aging parents with chronic and terminal illnesses and for a sibling with developmental disabilities inspired her to create Happy Healthy Caregiver in 2015. Through her coaching services, speaking, award-winning podcast, book, and online community, Elizabeth helps family caregivers infuse caregiving and self-care with their busy lives. She is the host of Happy Healthy Caregiver podcast on the Whole Care Network, and author of Just For You, a daily self-care journal. She facilitates an Atlanta support group for family caregivers called the Atlanta Daughterhood Circle. And Elizabeth is also an ambassador and retreat leader for the No Barriers USA Caregivers program. Elizabeth, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Maryam, and I'm delighted to be here today. Is everything logistically working? You can see my screen, you can hear me okay?
Absolutely. Your sound quality is actually amazing.
Okay, good. Yeah, a little lavalier mic. So I'm actually joining you all. I'm from Atlanta. I'm joining you from Rhode, Virginia, where I just finished a 3-day event that was amazing called the Care Colloquium, where a lot of thought leaders in the caregiving space are coming together to collaborate and help solve the problems that are out there for family caregivers. So I'm delighted to be here today and part of y'all's event. Thank you, Rhode Island, United Way, and Office of Healthy Aging for having me. Today, we're going to talk about sharing the care and improving family dynamic. And talking to Maryam before the event, she would be a topic that we haven't quite had on some of the other events that we've had here. So this is going to be informative, and also I'm going to share and infuse a lot of my stories in this. So like you all, oops, I gotta get my mouse wanting to work here. Here we go. I have a hunch that those of you all listening today we all have something in, no matter what our caregiving experience is, we all likely did not have caregiving on our bucket list. I know that wasn't something that I was striving for. I had a full plate of things before caregiving happened in my life. I married my prom date, Jason, from high school. I have 2 young adults now, but at the time, in our caregiving season, they were much younger. They were in middle school at the time. And I was in the peak of my career. I was working for a Fortune 1000 company. My husband and I were building our career during our peak earning years. And oh, by the way, we had lives of our own where we enjoyed doing things and spending time with family and traveling and all of that. But like Maria was sharing, for some people, caregiving happens overnight and a crisis in a minute. But for me, it was like a mudslide. I could see it coming from distance. And I really resonated with being in the sandwich generation, being squeezed between caring for my aging parents who had chronic comorbidities and caring for my mother-in-law who had cancer. And I also have an older brother in the bottom right here, who his name's Tom. He has a developmental and intellectual disability that he was born with. And working full time, raising kids. So like many of you, I probably had felt overwhelmed. I felt isolated. I felt like I was getting my master's in caregiving, that there were so many acronyms and terms being thrown at me. And I never felt like I was doing enough. I call it like feeding a nest of hungry birds. Like everybody's mouth was wide open, screaming for worms. And I'm the mother robin trying to go out and fly out and get the nourishment for everybody. And I come back and everybody's screaming all at once. And who do you decide to give a little nibble of worm to when you have so many competing people and jobs and so forth competing for your attention? It feels like a no-win situation. My DNA is a little bit, I'm going to roll up my sleeves and figure this out. But at the time it was, I didn't kind of like who I was seeing in the mirror. I just felt like the positivity was diminishing in me, and I was crying a lot, and I was definitely, on the road of burnout. It dawned on me, when I was caring for my parents living in Atlanta, they were living in Florida at the time, driving that 6-hour distance back and forth, that a light bulb moment went off for me. And I thought, if I don't figure out how to prioritize my own happiness, I'm going to repeat this mad cycle potentially for my kids. And that wasn't something that my husband and I wanted to do. So we were committed to figuring out how we were going to learn how to make caregiving sustainable, make our lives sustainable, and be happy and healthy in the moments. A lot of that came with being very verbal about managing expectation and being transparent about how caregiving was making us feel. And I know a big topic today is on mental health. And so it's the emotional journey and the physical journey for caregivers is a lot. So here's some of the family. So we have a hashtag for power. I'm one of 6 kids. So we're talking about family dynamics today. I'm one of 6 kids, and we're kind of like the Behe bunch, frankly. There's 3 boys and 3 girls, and I'm Jan Brady, if you want to say, in the Behe bunch, the middle daughter. My brothers, we're a blended family. My mom was a caregiver at one point in her life. Her first husband died of leukemia. So my older siblings had a different birth father, but she had 4 kids under 10 when he passed. So she definitely got a taste of her own caregiving experience. So when my dad, in the spiral year of 2014, we call it, my dad passed away and my mother-in-law passed away. And we were kind of worst case scenario where frequently what you see with an older adult couple is that the one who is the healthier can tend to pass away first before my mom, who had a lot more needs. And that's what happened. My dad passed away before my mom, and we, never really expected that to happen. He was caring for my brother who had the developmental and intellectual disability. He was caring for mom. He was managing 2 places, and his health declined rapidly. And then we were in this worst scenario where mom lived 6 hours away from family. What were we going to do? So we moved to Atlanta area where I have my support of my brothers, and my sisters lived at a distance away up in the Northeast. So, but what I say here is #sister power, because like many families, a lot of the caregiving responsibilities tend to fall on women for some reason. That is changing, but that is what we're still seeing. And I will say that, there had to be a lot of conversations in my family, and we had to realize that we have different strengths and weaknesses. So the women in my family, #sister power, like we are the ones that have always kind of showed up and been there consistently for our family member. I have a brother, the one on the far left of that group picture with my brothers, who is amazing support, but you have to be very specific about the help that you need. He's not going to kind of see it for himself. He's not going to come himself, but he's there in a moment, but you have to let him know exactly what you need. My oldest brother, Skip, has some strengths. He's in the far back there. But I will say that he fell short of our expectations as far as how he needed to show up, and it's never going to be equal, right? There's always somebody that's carrying the main brunt of caregiving or the primary caregiver role. And Skip did very minimal when it came to doing caregiving responsibilities for my parents. And he just didn't have the capacity, frankly, to show up the way that the rest of us showed up. What gave me a lot of peace in that is just realizing that the word that I latched on for him was that he's consistent. He's never been that way my entire life. He's my oldest brother, the oldest one in our family. And, he's does his own thing, and that's just the way that it is. So caregiving wasn't going to magically change that in any way. He was definitely consistent. And then of course my brother Tom, he needed support. So, in a situation, my parents are both deceased. My mother-in-law is deceased. My mom had many bonus years due to the care of myself and my sister, primarily my older sister, who she lived with the past 4 years. 2 years of that bedridden and on hospice, but that was, due to I think our care and our communication, that she had some many bonus years with us. So your dynamics might be different, but I'm hoping that some of the strategies and the things that I can share today about sharing the care and family dynamics will resonate with you. So based on a caregiving experience, I was determined to figure out how to make this happen. So Maryam did a great job of introducing me, but I just saw a need here. I wanted to create Happy Healthy Caregiver because I felt like back in 2015, where was I going for help? Who was seeing the invisible family caregiver? So I started layering on different things so that I could become a stronger caregiver while helping others. And I got to kind of use some of the journalism skills through writing. It was very therapeutic for me. And podcasting has been fun to shine the light on other family caregivers. So what you're going to learn in our time here together is what a healthy caregiver mindset looks like, and what kind of behaviors I may suggest based upon my own experience and the different clients that I work with. They might want to continue or discontinue with some verbiage of ways that you can phrase things that may be more effective in helping to share the care within your family. And then how to be assertive, and what that language looks like to get you the help that you need. Because if you are in a solo caregiving situation, that is not a sustainable situation for you. And we've got to figure out how to help navigate out of that. And then what a productive family meetings look like. One of the quotes that resonated with me early on was, I thought, I can do this. I think a lot of us think that we can just, muscle our way through it. But for some of us, caregiving is a multi-year season of life. And that's not sustainable to just kind of keep powering through and pushing through. So one of the quotes was like, I can do anything, but not everything. And was a great reminder and a healthy mindset to say, like, I have certain strengths, but so do other people. And my mom and my brother and whoever else we're caring for, they benefit by having pouring in their strengths for us. This was something too that resonated with me, was this magic formula of how these unspoken expectations and how they can really have a big impact on the outcome. And it's just such a fine line between happiness and disappointment. And the key to that is just uncovering what people's unspoken expectations are. And that takes active conversations, and sometimes what I call some courageous conversations. And it takes vulnerability. But I believe that we are all capable of doing that, and that we all have, we have to assume good intent, right? That we all kind of want the same things. The other thing I see with myself and with my clients that I coach is that a lot of times we are looking really laser focused at family as being our only source of help. And I want encourage you to look beyond family and think about your care circle or your care team as so many different people that are willing to do things and help you. And it could be, people that are volunteers for your different organizations that might be related to your care recipients' diseases, your neighbors, or perhaps your family members or whoever you're caring, your care recipients' neighbors, your faith community. A lot of places have Stevens ministers and things like that. Extended family, and in your family, right? Your friends that are like family. And then not to count things like your care recipient. I think one of the things that I caution family caregivers from doing is trying to do everything for their care recipient. Because what tends to likely happen in most caregiving situations is that your care recipient will do less and less for themselves. Become more dependent, not more independent, which is the big difference between raising children who become more independent and caring for an older adult. To allow the care recipient to be able to do as much as they can for themselves. It might not look perfect. I think about like when I used to ask my kids to make their bed. It was definitely not the way that mom would make the bed. But they got better the more that they practiced. And it gave them, they were contributing to the family household. They like a sense of purpose. They were learning skills. And for your care recipient, that can be a big part of their occupational and their physical therapy to continue to do those movements and do those things. So while it might look different, and I know if you're taking care of somebody with the cognitive decline, they can fold the laundry multiple times in a day and just feel like everybody wants to feel like they're contributing to the holistic outcome in the household. The other thing that I will share is that people kind of tend to forget as being a part of the care team is technology. So there's a lot of great technology, and we're, as we the years go by, we're going to have more of a gap between those of us that are able to care for older adults, and we're going to need to embrace technology to help fill those gaps. It's like being at this care colloquium the past few days, I have seen things where you could, take a pulse reading or blood pressure or diabetic insulin reading and have those kind of vitals, sent to you as the family caregiver on your phone, things like medication reminders and ways that you can kind of monitor what's going on, or sensors within the home that video based, but heat sensors where you can see if loved ones have been to the kitchen or been to the bathroom. Of course, the call alerts in the case of an emergency. And there's even things that all of us use on a day-to-day basis that are big for caregivers, like DoorDash, subscribe and save on Amazon, Instacart, grocery pickup delivery, like any way that you can help scale what you're doing. And technology can play a big role in that and help share the care, essentially. So here are some do's and don'ts of sharing the care. I like to say family, we may not have it all together, but together we have it all. So, and when I say family, I'm like family, friends and family. Your chosen family is definitely a part of this. So some of the do's is that we want to recognize that this is not a solo caregiving job, that there's not one of us that is capable of managing all of the strains of caregiving, and that we all have different strengths and weaknesses. We all have different relationships with the recipient, and we bring all that to the table with us too when we're in a caregiving role. I had to, to enjoy the activities, that we still want to protect the relationships beyond caregiving, with our care recipient, to really, not just be doing tasks all the time that are caregiving, but do things that are, preserving the mother-daughter relationship, or the father-son relationship, or you're caring for a sibling or whoever, the core relationship, and not make it about caregiving, because that's kind of where some resentment can build up if you're constantly doing caregiving tasks. And that's it. So you have to infuse some of the fun in there. And I have an activity actually called a joint joy list, where you jointly are kind of coming up with the things that you like to do together and how to infuse some of that in your day-to-day life. A lot of these, getting the unspoken expectations out there is to be vulnerable. And one of the language things that can put people on the defensive when you're talking to the other folks in your care team who you feel like may not be showing up the way that you want them to show up is, using I language versus you language. You always, you never. Those kinds of things, language puts people on the defensive with trigger words, I call them. But if you use I language and you say, I feel that I am, doing all the bills and the activities for mom, and I am worn out, like nobody can negate your feelings and your personal way that you're sharing that. You can also, keep constant communication. Sharing humor is a great way. Maintain those relationships, and just, take a breath and know that this is hard. This is hard, and that we and it's someone's got to kind of be that project manager. It's likely you if you're on this webinar, but we are stronger together, and it's a team effort. Managing those expectations and proactively is talking about like creating a plan and answering some of those hard questions with the courageous conversations about how your older adult or how the person that you're caring for wants to not necessarily pass away, but how they want to live in their older adult, in their golden years. What do they want to be true? What do they want that to look like? And it's not a one and done conversation. And maybe this webinar can help prompt having some of that. But what that's going to allow you to do when you reach that end of life stage is, as a family caregiver, it's going to allow you to be present in that and not feel, doing what they wanted. Everyone's going to have different opinions, particularly if you're in a large family, and it's going to minimize the risk of some of that friction happening. And that's what helping to air some of these expectations and have these conversations with your friends and family that are part of your care team is going to help alleviate. It's going to allow you to be present and be want to be, which is likely by the bedside of your loved one. Other things to do, and I call this practical self-care, is keeping good records, health and financial records, and having a spot for everything. And then that way, when you're transitioning and handing a care role to someone else so that you can have a respite break and have a moment to catch your breath, that someone can likely step in for you because they have the information readily available. I'm a self-care bully, so I'm definitely going to recommend that you schedule time for your health and happiness. You're not going to find it. You've got to create it. And so that's definitely helps to minimize resentment and a lot of the negative emotions that can come with care, is just feeling like you deserve to live your life. And then one of the things I had to say, with my mom and dad was like, they've already lived this portion of their life. They've already had raised their kids. They had already done their 30 years, and you deserve to have that as well. Two things can be true at the same time. You can be an amazing family caregiver, and you can have a happy and healthy life yourself. And then know that there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. There's not one right way to do things. So to be open-minded and hear other people for their suggestions, because there is some to be creative in a lot of ways that we're problem solving. We talked about, not the you language, and we talked about that every family member has a different relationship. My oldest brother didn't quite have the same relationship that I had with my mom and dad. And to expect that he was going to show up the same way in a caregiving role was not really taking that into account. We did tend to follow in some sexist stereotypes in my family, but I think to really challenge that, in your family, that just because you are, the old female or whatever, does not necessarily mean that you are the person that take this, the primary caregiver role on. I think one of the things too about having people read my mind, I felt like they should just know that I'm worn out and I'm weary. Why can't they see that I need help? Like, why do I have to ask? And, there's so much energy that is with thinking that way and being frustrated and resentful. And instead, making a list of ways that people can help you. And I have a couple worksheets that I can share for caregiving and family responsibilities, but that can help you conquer and figure out how you can work together on that. And guilt doesn't really get us anywhere, right? Like, it's a natural feeling for guilt to come up for all of us. But replacing guilt with, like, everybody, has different demands on their job, different mental states and capacity to take that on. Different, household responsibilities, financial pressures. We all have our own situations, and avoiding labeling, I think, is also probably a good idea in these caregiving conversations and anyone. So there's a lot of things that I think sometimes we discount that people who live at a distance, or a remote caregiver, or a long distance caregiver can also help with things. So we need to kind of figure out how people can help us. And sometimes that takes time to sit back and reflect on where our weaknesses are and the things that we don't enjoy doing, and how people can show up for us. So even people from a distance can help with, bill paying online. You can just change the billing address. They can help you research different medications, or maybe some assisted living community. They can help be your self-care cheerleader. They can be a companion to call in and FaceTime and check in with your care recipient. They can send DoorDash gift cards and send you meals. Like, there's a lot of things that people can do that you can offload from your plate that will help you with that emotional, physical, and financial support, because all of that can be really, really draining as a caregiver. It's important, though, to use the language so that you get exactly what you need. And you'll see the I language example here. So, I need more on-site help for mom. Would you contact the local area on aging to find out what assistance is available? I need weekends off from caregiving. You come to town 1 weekend a quarter to stay with dad, and having that to look forward to, anticipating the respite. This is great as having the respite break. And that requires to have these conversations with your loved ones as the way that you can divide and conquer and make this sustainable, whether it's with family, neighbors, or whoever is part of your care team. And sometimes if you have a small circle, you may, and you have the financial means, hire some professionals that can help you. And there's a lot of home care companies and other services that you can tap into. So family communication, what that can look like, you don't want to include people in your family meeting aren't in the arena with you. You're only going to include the people in the circle who are the ones that are willing to put in the work. So, for example, my brother, who was not a ton of help, he doesn't get to be a key part of the decision making in the family meetings. We did find that there were things that he was willing to help us with. One of the things is that we moved my brother from Michigan to Georgia. He's a snowbird, so he comes and lives in the South in the winter, lives with my sister in Michigan until the weather gets colder, because there was friction happening with my brother and sister about my brother being on the roads. He wanted to go play bingo. He wanted to go out to dinner. And so that alleviates that. we get lucky to get one snow a year in the Atlanta area. So we did find that my older brother was willing to, my brother wanted to have his car, so he'll fly up one way, spend time in Michigan, right on the lake. It's a beautiful spot. We pay for the flight, and then he helps drive my brother back down. And so he's willing to do that. And so I think even the people who are consistent in your life, they might be willing to, do something. And I think that's part of the conversation, but they don't have to be part of the kind of the key decision group. In my family, we did, because we were spread out along the East Coast, we did conference calls. We did conference calls together as family. We did conference calls with my mom's financial planner. We would do things like that, so we were on the same page there. But having, when every time things change, you might want to have this on a regular cadence because, like I said, they become more and more dependent on us. And so our needs as family caregivers change. And so what that looks, and we'd have to touch base on how we were doing with the financial, strain, and just having that opportunity to ask the primary caregiver, is this too much for you? What can you offload now? And being proactive about having those conversations. Getting feedback from everybody, like, hey, let's meet on, on Zoom. What are some of the topics that we need to talk about? I have this, that, and the other, and establishing some ground rules for that. Again, we don't really involve spouses in those meetings. We don't want to have kids kind of hanging around. We try to have, minimize the actions. And we want to keep it on. And if things get escalated, because, I don't know how many of you watched This Is with Miguel taking care of his wife and how the family kind of came together and had their discussion of a family meeting. But I loved at least that it helped spark that conversation and that how they came together. It was very perfect, but it was nice to see it portrayed on the screen. But as a way to kind of have conversations and figuring out, where you can best help and serve each other. It doesn't help to, dredge up past experiences, but kind of draw a line in the sand and move forward. And how are we gonna get it done? Definitely a lot of reinforcement goes a long way. And if someone can't make it, you can obviously, send out a follow-up email. But just like a lot of us do that are working caregivers, of having a productive meeting, this is kind of a big project if you want to think about project management, and you're going to have some status meetings because things change throughout the caregiving experience. So while the role is different, all help is appreciated. Here's some of the ideas that people can do that are remote caregivers, that, everybody can have a role. And then things might escalate. There's a lot of baggage that comes in with different families, and everyone's got a different opinion. And if it does turn into an unproductive conversation, here's some of the language that you can use. This is no longer a productive conversation, and let's just regroup and come back at a later time. Definitely validate what you think you've heard, and try to share a different perspective. But it's a negotiation. A lot of the caregiving, sharing the care, is about give and take and figuring out how you can make this win-win for everybody. Sometimes you got to hire in the professionals, though. There's people who can help you have these conversations. There's folks like myself. I'm a certified caregiving consultant. Doesn't mean I'm a licensed caregiver. I'm not a legal, I'm not a financial professional, but I'm a caregiver who has walked this journey, and I have gone through a training program to help coach caregivers. There are other people at your disposal. I'm sure that the folks here through United Way and the VA and some of the other organizations have people that they can recommend local, because the best advice comes from local family caregivers who have been there. Sometimes, though, I find that aging life care managers, they used to call geriatric managers, social workers, faith leaders, like all people that you can definitely go and ask for recommendations as far as needing extra help. And of course, if you suspect foul play and things are just really going awry, then that's when you need to involve somebody like from Adult Protective Services. So you might want to scratch this down, this bit.ly link, but these are 2 responsibility worksheets that I offer. And for some people, when they're in a primary caregiving role, it can be easier to the family responsibilities versus the caregiving responsibility. But like I said, when you start caregiving, you likely already had a full plate of stuff, and then care like gets heaped on, and then it just starts all kind of following off the plate edges. And you want to be the one to decide what's going to fall off your plate. You want to still have time for your kids. You want to still be able to make an income if you need to work. So family responsibilities is just a brain of all the things that go to take care of a household, whether your house or perhaps your older adults location, lawn care and trash and car insurance and all of these things. But being able to park that mental traffic and to identify who within your family is going to own that piece of that responsibility is going to free you up to potentially take on the caregiving responsibilities, or to create some time for you to infuse that self-care in your day. So we can't do it all. So it's a very it's like a project manager, frankly. You're like looking through all the tasks that go with the life of the project of life, and life is messy, and who's got the strengths in these areas. And I think when you write it down, and if you're putting your name in all of the spots, I want you to look at that and be like, whoa, I'm tired. The average caregiver is putting the equivalent of a part-time job a week of hours, and it's not sustainable to think that we can do it all. And then, of course, the caregiving responsibilities are going to be more about transportation and medication reminders, and who's advocating for health, or who's helping with those hands-on caregiving responsibilities. So check out Share the Care you can download those worksheets from that website page. And then I mentioned the joint joy list. So I'm giving you all some joyful homework. I think I love this, that happiness is a piece of fudge caught on the first bounce. But, I think a lot of times when we talk about caregiving, we talk about the heavy parts of caregiving, the emotional, the physical load, but it's a yes and, right? Like, it's not all negative caregiving. There are a lot of good joys that come out of the caregiving years. And, when I look back and reflect on my caregiving years, those are the ones, the coffee chats with mom, in the morning sitting on her bed, or, when I was recording little stories, like those are the things that stick out to me, versus some of those places that we went, in my mom and dad's care, that I'm like, oh my gosh, you can't make this stuff up sometimes. But I call this a joint joy list, and there's another bit.ly link here for you if you want to download that link, is a fun sheet. And as we're kind of nearing the end of the year and we're thinking about what we want to be true next year in 2023, I would love for you to infuse some happiness in your life as a family caregiver. And so what does that look like? It looks like really thinking about the things that have brought you joy in your life. And sometimes you have back to like what you were doing when you were, 10 years old, to kind of extract some of that. Did you like to go ride bikes? Did you like to go swimming? Do you love red wine and would love to go on a wine tour? Do you like trying new restaurants or going to movie? These are things that are football games. Like, football is my husband's love language, college football. So putting together a joint joy list with yourself and your family and your care recipient, and finding ways that you can come together as a family to make caregiving again, a positive experience for people in your family, and for your care recipient. So it's hopefully a little bit of homework, but this will hopefully help infuse some more joy in your life. And, it's called a joint joy list because it needs to be shared. It's a shared experience. I do think it is possible, again, that two things can be true at the same time. So here's some other ideas of mine. We love Catan. We're addicted to Catan right now. But my mom loved to play Skip-Bo and Uno and Connect Four. We loved puzzles. We did Play-Doh. She loved to watch Hallmark movies. So there were things that we could do. We loved coffee. We would connect over that. And we loved books. And so we would talk about like what I was reading or latest book club. Subscription boxes were a great way for my mom to connect and I from a distance. When I transitioned care from me being the primary caregiver to my sister, would send her fun subscription boxes, do unboxings of those. And even when she became bedridden, it turned into more healthy snacks. And my mom was always a great hostess. So while she couldn't get out of the bed and for people, what those snack subscription boxes allowed her to do is she would pull out what she wanted, and then when she would create a little basket so that when professional caregivers came or the chaplain from church to give her communion came, she would have something to offer, and that would give her this, way to be a host. So think about the things that you want to be true in your life, and I hope that you are thinking about how your next year could be delightfully different in a positive way. I would love to stay connected with y'all, and I'm happy to answer any questions. HappyHealthyCaregiver.com is where you'll find resources there. I, along with 2 other certified caregiving consultants, we administer a Facebook group called Self-Care Support for Caregivers. I have a fun caregiver anthem playlist, Spotify we can tap into. I wrote a book called the Just For You Daily Self-Care Journal. Writing was very therapeutic for me and helped me process a lot of the mental things that were going on with caregiving. And I wanted an easy way for that to be doable for other family caregivers. So it's a prompted journal where every day asks you a question, and it's written with caregivers in mind, but it could really be for anybody that you want to help infuse self-care in their mind, because a lot of us put our lives on the back burner, and so to kind of put that focus back on ourselves can be hard. And this could be an easy way to step into that. And then, of course, the Happy Healthy Caregiver podcast. And the thing that makes the pod different than some of the other podcasts is I spotlight real family caregivers. I believe you all are the experts, and I love to extract your caregiving tips and the things that bring you joy. People get ideas of what that could look like in their life. Thank you.
Elizabeth, this was great information, and I have to say I love whenever we have presenters who bring in family photos. Family photos are huge for me. I absolutely love them, and it was great to see your family, so thank you for sharing that with us. I will add, for some of the self-care, I have personally myself recently found that my inner child loves Legos, and I discovered that there are Legos for adults, and it is absolutely wonderful. It's great. It's a lot of fun. I have my little flower bouquet here that I finished a few weekends ago that are made of Legos, and I recommend that to people who want to kind of find something that's going to bring them joy. And if you are into architecture and into putting things together and feeling accomplished, Legos are definitely for me. I'm very competitive, so board games usually don't bring me a lot of peace, but this was great. So thank you. I will repeat for anyone who joined us a little bit later that in the webinar mode, we do have a Q&A function. So any questions that you have for Elizabeth, we do have time available now for questions. So feel free to type that into the Q&A portion, and I will read your questions aloud. And I did send a few messages during Elizabeth's speech. It was just the links that she had shared in her presentation.
Maryam, one more thing to add is, I know sometimes people can be shy on these group webinars, and it is anonymous. I know the questions are, but I do offer for all of the speaking events that I do that if somebody wants to reach out to me for a complimentary coaching session, the first session's always complimentary. That is something that I'm definitely offering to you all today, where we can dive into your specific situation.
That's great. Thank you. And can people reach out to you via email or through your website?
Yeah, there's a contact page through HappyHealthyCaregiver.com, or you can reach me at Elizabeth@healthycaregiver.com. But if you can't remember all that, it's through the website. The contact page will get there too.
Great. I'm just going to type in your email in the chat box for everyone as well.
Perfect.
And if you would like for me to ask your question anonymously, please put that into the question, and I will do that. Oh, we have questions coming in. Great. So first question I have, is there a Facebook or YouTube link for this being streamed somewhere? I will ask for that to be clarified. Do you mean this conference, or for the programs that Elizabeth hosts.
Because you are recording this conference and you'll post it. Where does it go, this, Maryam, if people need?
So it will be shared via a link. It'll be password protected. So I will email everyone who registered for the conference with the link to be able to go and view this recording of the entire day later on. But that will be sent either at the end of the day today or by tomorrow. And we have another question. What if a person refuses help or refuses outside?
Such a good question. I'm going to assume that they're talking about the care recipient, because that's the most common thing, is that, you know, to have somebody come in like home care or people to come into the home. It's, you know, I get it, right? Like, it's weird to have strangers come into our house. I think some of the things that have had success for people, because this is a very common thing, is to and this is where some vulnerability is needed, is that it's explaining the help is not just for them, that the help is also for you, and to be vulnerable with how giving responsibilities are being a physical or mental load on you, and really being transparent, not to make that person feel guilty, but to be vulnerable, say that, you know, I'm doing the best that I can here, but I need more hands. I'm worn out. You know, I love you and I want you to have great care. And I think, you know, I need some breaks. Like, there's some vulnerability there. I think sometimes you can offer it on a trial basis. Like, let's just try it and see how it goes, you know, that it doesn't have to be a long-term. And then I think another thing that could work is getting a third party person involved. And that's with any situation, like trying to, you know, get someone to stop driving is another big conversation, or to think about an assisted living community to help maybe your primary care doctor or someone, you know, someone whose opinion that care recipient is going to respect. And then unfortunately, all bets are off when it's a cognitive issue. Like, their brain is broken. There's no way to reason necessarily with somebody who has a cognitive decline. And that's a whole other, you know, ball of wax. But it's a lot of it's trial and error, and being vulnerable that this is about you. I think a lot of times too, like, initially it might be easier to have somebody come into the home who's helping with those household responsibilities. Maybe they're not so comfortable with the personal care part of it, but the household, you know, helping you with meal prep or doing some light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Great, thank you. We have another question. Hello, thank you, Elizabeth, for this wonderful presentation. My question is, how do you work with the caregiver that shuts off family and defies hospice, plays the hero on social media, yet refuses to?
I know, like, it's a hard situation. I mean, I think, again, trying to have a family meeting, maybe trying to have someone from a third party intervene to help with those conversations, like getting the topics ahead of time. And then and letting them know that it's okay, that it's okay to ask for help, that you are not expecting for them to carry the load all by themselves, that they're maybe denying you that opportunity, that you want to have a more hands-on role with the care, and that you want to help them make it sustainable. So again, using the I language, I think, is important there. Like, and I think it's very common for a lot of people to refuse hospice, because there's a little bit of a shift that we need to happen where hospice, you know, we were talking about this at the colloquium, it almost needs a new word, because people just really associate it with the final days of life. Caregivers aren't willing to admit that they're, you know, in that process. But hospice, like, my mom's on hospice for 2 years. It's just it's a way for a caregiver to get more helping hands. Once a hospice comes into the home, or they'll go to a community as well. There's hospice communities themselves. It's a lot of extra for a caregiver, where they can, they'll deliver the medications, they'll deliver the supplies, all paid for with Medicare, which is another big thing, because Medicare doesn't pay for long-term care, but hospice Medicare does pay for hospice. And so there's a lot of advantages. So maybe a financial way to kind of back in to say, you know, there's a lot of financial benefits that we could get, but let's just have the conversation with hospice and see, you know, when would be the right time to get them involved, because I know there's cost savings there and that they can help with, you know, personal care, and it doesn't cost the families anything and it gives them extra hands.
Great, thank you. Next question we have is, as a service provider and a caregiver, how do you deal with judgment when you make the decision to get help from a caregiving agency because you want to be a parent to your loved one, not a social worker?
Mm. So as a service provider and a caregiver, so they have like a dual role, it sounds like. Judge, okay, the judgment is, I mean, you want to hang out with people. Judgment is going to happen sometimes, and there's nothing that we can do the way other people react on it. But if you can look at in the mirror every night and know that you're doing the best for yourself and for your situation and your care, then the rest of the judgment from the cheap sheets of people who aren't in the arena with you, you kind of have to figure out a way to block them out. You know, it's like reading the nasty comments on social media and knowing that you're doing the best you can. We make the best decisions with the information that we have at the time. And, you know, just like between like working parents and stay-at-home parents, like I hate that friction as well. It's like we're all doing the best that we can. The same kind of thing can sometimes happen with caregivers who are using an assisted living community or, you know, having people at home. It's all a caregiving role that just changes. It looks different. All, you know, have different circumstances. We have, you know, maybe you have to work time, which many of us do in order to have the life that we want. So I think, you know, judgment is kind of always going to be out there, but doing the best you can, more grace, less guilt, and only take advice of people who are like working right side by side with you. I would say another thing that can help with that is seek a support group in your area. And one of the mistakes that I see a lot of family caregivers make is that they wait too long. They wait till they're in a crisis mode before they seek a caregiver support group. And I would say, you're on this webinar, and if you're not part of a support group already, like find it. And it might, you know, it can be perhaps through the organizations that are involved with this webinar. Would be a great place to start. It might be through your loved one's condition. I facilitated daughterhood.org. We have circles throughout the youth. But what happens when you go there is you have people who really understand the caregiving experience and who can relate to what you're going through and validate you, so that you're going to get that no matter what. But you're also going to kind of learn what you don't know already. And you're going to have that support system in place when you come to a crisis situation, that you have people to tap into in your community. And then what about the people who need you? Like, go for somebody else, go to validate and give somebody else a little TLC who's in the family caregiver role, because, you know, they need you.
Thank you. I will also add for the judgment part of it. I a lot of times catch myself being very judgmental towards myself and having negative self-talk. And first thing I do is I stop myself and I think, would I be saying this to someone else? Because I'm usually a very kind and empathetic person, but when it comes to my self-talk, I'm very harsh. And something else that also helped me is I've taped a picture of my younger self. I think I was either 3 or 4 in that photo. And whenever I'm engaging in negative self-talk and can't really reel it back and I'm being judgmental towards myself, I look at that picture and I think, would you be saying that to her? And if I wouldn't,
Yes.
I stop saying it to myself. So that's also been helpful for me when it comes to
I love that. Yes. It's so important. There's so much self-talk. Like some of these things are going to come up, and they'd come up, right? But Maryam, but then it's like, okay, you've got a system in place that's going to help you reframe that. I saw one more question about the sandwich generation.
We have actually 2 more questions. So next question is, what if they are afraid of outside help and no one in the family can really do it?
I would, that's where you can look into people that would be comfortable doing it, as far as, people from the faith community, friends of theirs, creating some kind of a sheet where maybe they can check in with that. And then if they really are resistant, it's like, what are their solutions? Like, we're in a place where it's not safe and it's not healthy for them to live alone. What are their suggestions? Like, if they keep shooting you down for that, like, what are they thinking needs to be true? Because we need to get to a place of health and safety. And so it's a conversation about what that looks like. And if it's not, going to happen in the home, then we need to look at other options.
Great, thank you. And next question we have is, this was a wonderful presentation. You discussed the sandwich generation. Could you elaborate on how you might engage children, perhaps nieces and nephews, in understanding caregiving priorities?
Yeah. It's a great question. So one of the things that I had, my kids were in middle school at the time, and somebody at work, I think, gave me some great advice. A lot of times we want to be indispensable, right? We want everybody to need us all the time, but it almost became this challenge of becoming dispensable. And really, any of us that are parenting kids or young people, like, that is the goal at some point, is that we want to raise them to be independent individuals, unless of course they have special needs and they need more assistance themselves. That's a whole different gamut. But for my kids, we sat them down, a conversation with my my two kids, and there were times, I'm going to say, like, I felt guilty. I would be with other moms, and I didn't know, like, who my kids had for their classes, who their teachers were, whether was this friend in their class, because we had a conversation with them, and we said, school is your job, and your mom and dad, we are running in different directions. You see that grandma and grandpa and Mimi and Pippi, we called them, are sick, and we we're being pulled in a lot of directions. So it's, again, this vulnerability, and they're seeing it anyway, right? But to have the conversation about it, and then let them know how they can help. And for them, it was, they had to do their own laundry. They started doing their own laundry. Wasn't perfect. But that was, and then they started owning their schoolwork. He said, we don't have time to check in on your blogs and make sure that you're doing your homework. You're going to have to own it. We expect this of you. And we did have some system where, like, we paid them for A's on the report card, gave them nothing for a B, and they took things away for C's, and they were motivated by money. You have to kind of know what your kids are motivated by. But at the time, I'm going to say, I felt really guilty about not being there to make breakfast for them in the morning. Like, that was where I had to carve out the time for myself, where I would go to the gym before I went to work, or I would write and start, help me process my mental health feelings. But I just said, this is what I need in order to show up for you. And if you start doing laundry and owning schoolwork, we are going to have fun time as a family. We're going to not spend our weekends working and doing all of these things, but we'll be able to do some fun stuff in our weekends. And so kind of making this deal with them that it's a yes and it's interesting. I've interviewed both my kids on the podcast, and it's like fun, interesting to see how they, what their reflections were from this experience. It's not all bad, is what I'm going to say. They learn a lot about patience, compassion, independence. Yeah.
Very true. Thank you. And I don't have any more questions here in the queue. If anyone else has any question, feel free to add. If not, then we can move on to our break and give some time back to Elizabeth. I know you're traveling, so I really, really appreciate you being with us today.
It was great. I appreciate so much the interactive questions. Sometimes these virtual events can be tough. So y'all have an amazing day. I wish I could hang around. I'm going home and recuperating over the weekend. So definitely investing in my self-care. So have an amazing event. Thanks, Maryam.
Thank you, and safe travels. Okay, I am going to put some music on again for us, and we are going to be on a break. We will regroup and come back with our first workshop of the day at 10:15. So I will see everyone back here at 10:15. Thank you. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good, Maryam. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, good.
With us. I'm just going to share your PowerPoint, and we have a few more minutes of time until everyone joins us back here. So feel free to relax, grab some water, and we'll
Okay.
get started at 10:15.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Of course, I am muted. Mike, can you see your PowerPoint?
I can, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Now, how does this work, Maryam? Will I see all the people or just?
Just me. People will be able to submit questions in the Q&A feature, and I will read the questions to you at the end of your presentation.
Okay.
Or if you'd like, I can read them as they come in throughout your presentation, whatever your preference is.
We'll wait till the end, I think. Probably
Sure.
just allows us to do what we need to do.
Okay, sounds good. And you can just let me know when to change the slide just by saying slide, and I'll be here as your assistant.
No, you're not my assistant. You're the main person here. I thank you.
Multiple hats today.
I'm sure. So far, so good.
So far, it's great.
Yeah.
And so you can see your presentation full screen, right? Everything is good.
I can see. Well, I can see you and myself and Rob Hancock's picture at the bottom. But yeah, I can see. Okay, it's great. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay. We can get we can get started. And Mike, I will let you kind of introduce yourself. So thank you for being with us here today. Mike O'Rourke is with us from NAMI, Rhode Island. And I will mute myself now. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And thank you for having me. My name is Mike O'Rourke, and I'm here representing NAMI, Rhode Island, and National Association on Mental Illness, and mainly to talk about family programs. And so maybe we can go right to the next slide, Maryam. And yeah, it gives you an overview of NAMI, Rhode Island, but you know, you can read that. It does say that NAMI has over 600 affiliates nationwide. Well, to put that in perspective, we are NAMI Rhode Island one office in Providence, in Waterman Street in Providence. But we have served, and you know, so many people, particularly over the last year, and our programs are growing, and we hope to continue in their growth. Let me tell you a little bit how I got involved with NAMI, and I think that will maybe give you an idea of how other folks and you folks can get involved as well. Got involved about, I guess, about 11 years ago because of our son. Our son is now 32 years old. We have two older daughters. He has obviously two older siblings. He went to college. I'll start with that. He went to college in Philadelphia, Drexel University. I always say that the good news is he completed 4 years. The bad news is it was a 5-year program. So he did not graduate. But at the end of 4 years, almost miraculously, if you knew him before then, he passed his courses, but we got a call at the end of the 4th year from Philly that he said he wanted to come home, he needed to come home. He had a therapist in Philadelphia, and fortunately, our son, we had pretty good communication with him. He had given release for the therapist to talk to us, and the therapist said, you know, he needs to get out of Philly. What had happened is he became more and more involved with alcohol and drugs. So to turn back the clock from there, he, you know, even as a young boy, my wife, more than I, thought that something's not quite right. We had gone to therapists and counselors and psychiatrists, and practically everybody told us, well, he's just a boy. He'll outgrow it. It's just a phase. Had him tested, and results were that, you know, he was just a boy. And I had spent many, many years in public school education, and I had worked not specifically with these individuals, but obviously being a special education teacher and an administrator, I worked with school personnel who did testing and who did this type of thing, and I wanted to believe them. And I was a boy myself, and I said, you know what? Yeah, they're probably right. You know, it'll pass. Well, it didn't, and so when he did come home, he was admitted to a day program at Butler in the hospital. After 10 days, he was released, and he was released home to us. We had no idea what to do, and you know, there really wasn't a plan, and no one was helping with us a plan. We didn't have a plan we were on our own. What do we do? So again, you know, we asking around, and it was a friend of mine who had his sister who had been involved in NAMI many years ago. So he said, well, why don't you give NAMI a call? We did. And we said, we'd like to get into the family-to-family program, the course that they offered. And they said there was a year wait. And I said, oh my gosh, you know, a year. So long story short, we made do. And we did take the course. And the course was a game changer for me, and particularly for me. You know, I remember, I think it was Mark Twain who said, you know, when I was 16, I thought my father was stupid. He didn't know anything. When I was 21, I was amazed at how much he learned in those 6 years. And it was kind of the same reaction from my son after I took the course, after I became educated, really about mental health and mental illness and many of the things that he was going through. And just my attitude changed and his attitude changed. And I think we began to make progress from there. So it was a game changer for me. So and that one thing leads to another a lot of times. And after taking the course, my wife and I were trained to become teachers for the family-to-family course. And we also trained to become facilitators for the family support group. So I'll tell you a little bit more about those programs. And if we want to go to the next slide, Maryam. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. Maybe not. There we go. Thank you. So, you know, Rhode Island, there are NAMI National has many, many programs, but we currently are only in because of the staffing and because of the demand. We're only offering at this point anyway several programs, one of which is the peer programs, and it's peer-to-peer. It's an 8-week course for the individual who is dealing with mental health condition. And then the connection program is again, a peer-to-peer support group, again, for individuals with mental health conditions themselves. The family programs are a little different. Family to family course used to be a 12-week course. It's been consolidated and changed, giving updated information to an 8-week course. And that is for families. And I use the word families in quotation marks because the family to NAMI means not necessarily a blood connection, but anyone who is living with or cares deeply about a loved one who's struggling with mental health issues. So we have folks, parents who come because they're concerned about their child. We have siblings who come. We have spouses who come. We have people whose parents they're concerned about. We have kind of interesting, maybe not so much, but we have people who come because they're concerned about ex-girlfriends or ex-boyfriends. So that family, I emphasize, is in quotation marks. This is for anyone who has a loved one who is struggling with mental health condition and hopefully and want to get involved with supporting them. I'll talk a little bit more about the family to family program. Like I said, it's an 8-week course. It is currently has just been offered on Zoom, and I'm sure you're all familiar. There's good points and maybe not so good points to that. When it was in person, obviously, when it's in person, it's much more personable. You have people sitting next to, and whenever there was a break, people would chit chat and be able to connect and share resources and stories with each other. Not so much on Zoom, still happens, but not as personal as in person. So, but the flip side of it is we've been introduced in other people in different parts of the country, and actually more than just the country, outside the country, have been introduced to NAMI and the programs because of Zoom. We have one person who connected with us, and she is from Texas. And as it turns out, she has a son living in Rhode Island whom she's concerned about, and she has become very involved and is able. She became trained as a family-to-family teacher. She also trained as a family support group facilitator, and because of Zoom, she's able to have a strong connection with us here at the Rhode Island affiliate. So the course itself is, like I said, it's 8 weeks, but it's a different topic each week. We do ask people to try and commit to the schedule as much as possible, as life interferes, as we all know. But one of the first class is really an introduction to NAMI and NAMI's resources. There's another class that's dedicated to understanding mental health conditions and also preparing for a crisis. And that's important to a lot of people. Never thought of that. I think it's fairly common for us to deal with a crisis when it happens, which in the spur of the moment is really not such a great thing. So we help people prepare for a crisis in the event that a crisis occurs. Getting a diagnosis is sometimes a good thing, and sometimes you never get a diagnosis, which is very common. But the third class of the 8-week course, we do ask people to share their story. And my wife and I, we do teach the course, as I said, and one of her things that she always said, we're in a club that nobody wants to join. Nobody wanted to sign, nobody signed up for this club. Nobody, you know, it wasn't something that, you know, we thought would be a good idea, but we were all there. And I think that's one of the key elements of NAMI's family programs and peer programs as well. You're in a group of people who may not be able to speak openly or with other members of their family, their friends. You know, there's still that much stigma attached to it. They often say that, you know, if you were to tell someone that you had an illness, a physical illness, a lot of times you would get phone calls or emails or whatever, and people saying, oh, you know, I hope you're feeling better. What can I do to help you? Maybe bring some food over. If you say, well, we're dealing with a mental illness in the family, oftentimes you get crickets, and people are afraid to go any deeper than that. They just say, oh, okay, well, good luck. And you don't get all of the things that you might, all the support that you might need or want, or maybe sometimes even expect, because there's still that stigma out there. But when you are in one of these groups or in one of the courses, the people on screen these days, they're nodding their head when you tell your story. Then say, yeah, I get that. I know that. And there's a camaraderie, there's a sense of empathy, there's a sense of understanding, maybe that people don't get in any other part of their lives. So that's strong. That's a strong element. The other thing is the programs are led by peers. So, you know, family to family is taught by people who have lived experience with mental health, a loved one who has a mental health condition. The same with the support groups as well. The support, well, I should continue a little bit. In the course itself, you know, there's an overview of a lot of different mental health conditions, a lot of commonality, a lot of the symptoms. Many times people are experiencing symptoms for one diagnosis, and somebody else has another diagnosis, but they have certainly common elements to them. So it's good for people to understand that. There's treatment options we talk about. One of the most important things, parts of the class, is the communication skills. I think in problem solving, I think this is one of the things that I remember most. But it's brought home to me every time that we have a course or a support group. You know, when somebody feels like, oh, there's a person over in the corner who maybe is looking at me and making judgment or wants to harm me, those kinds of things. It's very important to acknowledge that and say, well, you know, you must be really frightened about that, as opposed to saying, you know, yeah, there's no one over there. You're imagining, you're crazy, you're this, you're that. That's probably not the way that you want to go about, you know, resolving some of the issues. But which leads me to the discussion regarding empathy. One of our classes is on empathy, and, you know, being able to see life or have a certain perspective from somebody else's perspective. And as I said earlier, you know, my wife often uses that phrase, "It's a club that nobody wanted to join." Well, you know what? Our son didn't ask to join that club either. And neither does anyone's loved one ask to, you know, join this club, which is so difficult. And I certainly came to an appreciation of how much courage my son and others have in knowing, you know, that they're dealing with this and getting up every day and strong enough to get through the day. So, you know, in the last class that we have is talking about moving forward. You know, how do we move? What do we do from here? This family support group is a little different in that it's certainly not an 8-week class, but it's a right now it's a monthly, once a month meeting of people. There's no registration. People can drop in, and during that time, I mean, there are certain guidelines that we try to follow, and one is always confidentiality, being empathetic to other people's viewpoints and stories. And the same is true. People there who come, they come for a reason. And so everyone there is tuned into a lot of the things that you're saying. One of the things that we use in the support group is something that is, I think, worthwhile sharing with all of you, and that's something called the principles of support. One of the things that NAMI believes in, that you are the expert. I mentioned, when we went to various doctors and so forth with our son, they would tell you this and that, and tell you a lot of things. And again, it was my wife who said, I don't know about that. And I think we learn to trust our own instincts, and I think that's most important. You, the person who has a loved one, you are the expert. And some of the principles of support, the first one that we always talk about is we see the individual first, not the illness. And we recognize that sometimes, hopefully anyway, sharing stories is something that strengthens people. And we go through that, and the one that we always list last, because I feel like it holds up the rest of them, is we never give up hope. So that's something about the family programs. We do have other programs involving schools. And I think you're probably all aware that particularly during COVID and post-COVID, if there is such a thing as post-COVID, more and more young people and students and, are dealing with issues of their own. And there is good school and community programs and speakers. There's a beautiful speakers bureau, people who volunteer their time and energy, who are dealing with mental health issues themselves, who are willing to share that with folks. So, I think more and more we're gaining a footing, if you will, in the schools. Certainly, we'd like to get more involvement with colleges. A lot of illnesses that occur with people in their 20s, early 20s mainly, because the brain is still developing and hasn't maybe fully developed. So we get a lot of that. So we're trying to get input into, or inroads into the colleges. So all of that being said, I would make an appeal to all of you that should you or someone be interested in becoming trained as a family-to-family teacher or as a family to support group facilitator, excuse me, please, get in touch with the NAMI office. We'll give you that information at the end, and we can arrange to have training. I'm happy to say that this past year, we've had 5 family-to-family courses available to the public, and that's an increase, certainly. And part of that is because we were able to train some 4 or 5 new people to teach the courses, and we've just recently trained some folks to be family support group facilitators. So we're hoping to offer more because there seems to be more of a demand for family support groups these days. I myself, the first week in December, I'm taking a course to train the trainers, and because we don't have anybody who's doing that. So the people that were trained by someone in Oregon. So I would make that appeal to you. Should you have any interest or know somebody who might have interest, please let us know, because we'd be glad to train folks. Maryam, if you could go to the next slide, please. And I've talked a little bit about this already, I hope. why would you want to join the programs led by people who have lived experience, people understand there's resources and so forth. And certainly if you want to get involved, we'd love to have you. And there isn't, NAMI's phone number is there, 331-3060. The email, info@nami-rhodeisland.org. Make sure you write out Rhode Island, because if you just Google NAMI, usually the first thing you get is a Japanese sushi restaurant in Federal Hill. So spell out Rhode Island and you'll get it. We can go to the next one, Maryam.
I will say it's delicious sushi.
You know what? I haven't been there, but I think, wouldn't that be nice? We should just go there and have a NAMI meeting at a NAMI restaurant. I think that might be a good idea. These next two slides, which I'm not going to read to you, but statistics. You see some statistics there about dropouts, about the justice system, about homelessness, the suicide. I have to say, anecdotally, this is particularly kind of, like I said, post-COVID, if that even exists, but in the last 6 to 9 months anyway, more and more folks talk about how their loved one is involved in the court system. More and more do we hear people who are incarcerated at the ACI, the prison in Rhode Island. And the prison system is not equipped to deal with mental health. So you hear more and more stories of this happening. We hear, you can go to the next slide, Maryam. Again, there's more statistics here. But one of the other things that NAMI is trying to get more involved with is CITs, the crisis intervention teams, so that when folks have to feel there's a threat of violence or some traumatic situation happen, if they call the police department, the local police department, and at least the police department will get a heads up that there's a mental health situation involved, and hopefully it's starting to happen, but it isn't where we've heard both good stories and bad stories. Police arriving, maybe not fully trained or equipped. So, we're hoping that NAMI can be one of the pieces of the puzzle to offer training, more training to police departments, so that it's not a situation where automatically people get handcuffed and go to jail. That there are options. Somebody's given what they need. There's certainly training involved there. So NAMI does try to advocate for things like that. The other thing at the very bottom right-hand side of that slide, you see, it's a staggering thing. It says 424,000 people in Rhode Island live in a community that does not have enough mental health professionals. And this is something that we hear more and more about, is that mental health professionals are few and far between, whether or not people are leaving the profession for various reasons, including maybe burnout, overworked, overburdened, particularly now. So people are finding it increasingly difficult to find a therapist, and of course insurance is involved as well. So NAMI does try to help with advocating and offering resources in that. So if we can go to the next slide, Maryam. How do I know when my loved one needs help? Well, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. You are the expert. You can tell. If there's open lines of communication, you can tell. I started by telling how we got involved with NAMI, and I was one of those people who thought I was a fixer. And, you know, his mental health problem, oh, I can fix that, because I used to like fix problems, and couldn't fix this one. So, you know, one of the things that I needed and I got from NAMI was both support and education. And that, like I said earlier, helped me. And we can go to, I know we're running out of time, but I think we can go to the next slide. You know, there is, and I have to admit, I don't have any experience with 988. Maybe many of you folks do. I don't know how or if that is working. I just, I know one of the struggles is always resources, you know, and money and people, you know, to make that work effectively. PH Link is an organization that I think many people have had a good success giving them a call, and they're available 24/7. So that's always a good place to start in terms of a crisis. And if we want to go on to the next one, Maryam. It's okay. Yeah, it's. I think this is becoming more and more, whether it's the athletes or pop culture or whatever, but I think more and more people are coming out and saying, you know, it's okay to say, are you okay? It's okay to ask if you're okay. And, you know, that's something that people are beginning to talk about, and it's a good thing. And the next slide, Maryam. Something that we always talk about, and the concept of, you know, you get on an airplane and the oxygen masks come down, and they always tell you, and rightfully so, you put it on yourself first. You know, if you're struggling and you're in a panic, to just you're not going to be able to help anybody else. So, I mean, the same is true, you know, with mental health issues. It's so difficult. It can be frustrating. People need support. They need resources, but people have different ways, whether it's exercise or meditation or, you know, whatever it is. You need to take care of yourself first before you can help your loved one. And again, one of the, you know, it's emphasized in the family to family course, the family support group, again, is, you know, because of the nature of those groups, there are not, in addition to, you know, what's being talked about, there are other human beings there who understand your situation and can give, share resources with you. And then, if you want to go back to, oh, excuse me, go on to the next one, Maryam. Yeah, this is how you can contact NAMI Rhode Island, and the telephone number. As I said, if you can Google the website, you spell out Rhode Island, and or you can get information from at info at NAMI Rhode Island. And Beth, you know, Beth will direct you to the times, the places, probably direct you to me as well. I would just mention very quickly, if one of a good resource is recent. There's Dr. Ken Duckworth, who is the Chief Medical Officer for NAMI National, just wrote a book, You Are Not Alone. And it's a guide, NAMI's Guide to Navigating Mental Health. But that part I like best is the subtitle, Advice from Experts and Wisdom from Real People and Families. So to me, again, an advocate of family programs, I think that's where the real wisdom comes from, is from the people who are experiencing the day-to-day, you know, day-to-day adventures, I'll call them, the ups and downs of dealing with a loved one with mental health issues. So that's a good book. And NAMI.org, if you want to check something out there, NAMI.org has, if you look up NAMI Basics, it's an on-demand program. and you can get a pretty good idea of some of the things that we talked about. And it's geared, that particular program is geared for youth, maybe 21, 22 years of age and under. So, but it gives you a good overview of family programs. So I don't know how we're doing for time, Maryam, but be glad to take any questions. If folks have questions.
We do have a lot of time left for questions. So I have two comments in the Q&A. The first comment is the same thing occurred here in North Carolina and South Carolina. They had started training the police department and correctional facilities right before the pandemic. I imagine that training probably came to a halt.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Again, I'm going on anecdotal data, and you know, there's some experiences that people have that are very good, and some like feel like the police are in the dark, and you know, not necessarily a reflection on the police officers themselves, but on a system where we can't get them trained. In fact, there's one local system that had a person, one person who would accompany the police to homes, and maybe not surprisingly, but her position was cut because of funding. So yeah, that's an ongoing struggle.
And I will mention that if your loved one is having a mental health crisis and they are not a threat to themselves or anyone else, instead of calling 911, it might be better to call the 988 number.
Yeah.
And they can assess if police need to be involved as well. But
yeah.
We do have a comment here that 988 is active for calls or texts and is answered right away and will stay on the call for as long as needed.
Good.
It's for everyone, including friends, family who have concerns about someone's mental health or behavioral health needs. This includes veterans.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. And then, you know, one of the programs that NAMI Rhode Island, you reminded me, doesn't have what NAMI National does, and we'd like to move toward having, is geared specifically for veterans, and a home front program, it's called. But yeah, there's, and again, I would certainly ask if anyone out there has an interest and knows somebody who has an interest in becoming involved as a not just maybe as certainly as a participant, but also if anyone else has interest in becoming a teacher or a facilitator, you know, please let us know, and we'll make sure you get the necessary program training, I should say, so that we can offer the programs. There is, it seems like month after month there is more of a demand for support groups. So we're really trying to improve on that. It's less of a time commitment for people, but it's something that they look forward to, and we just need more people to be able to train to facilitate those.
I have one attendee who has their hand raised, so I'm going to allow them to ask their question.
Okay.
Angela, you should be able to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Go ahead, you're unmuted, Angela, you can ask. We may have lost your audio.
Well, Maryam, we can invite people if they have questions, certainly to use the email address there, info@nami-rhodeisland.org, and either myself or Beth Lamar, who is our executive director, will get back to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the email is available here on the screen right now. So it's info@nami-rhodeisland spelled out I also put it into the chat box for everyone.
Great. Right.
And okay, Angela, you can also type in your question if that works better for you. We do have a few more minutes left for questions. If anyone has any other questions, feel free to type it into the chat box or raise your hand and I can unmute you so you can ask. Okay, I haven't gotten anything here yet. Again, if you have any other questions or want to participate in any of the programs, feel free to reach out to NAMI at the email address info@NAMI-Rhode-Island-spelled-out.org. Mike, I want to thank you so much for being with us today. I hope that this information was useful to our attendees. I know it was definitely very useful for myself, even working in this space and being at United Way and knowing about a lot of the resources that we have in our community. I enjoy learning about what else is offered. And I personally will be reaching out to become a teacher to help families and individuals that are dealing with mental health. It's an issue I care deeply and personally about. So thank you for letting me know that exists.
Well, great. Now we appreciate that. And, like I say, the family programs have served a lot of people. I believe they've served them well. But we need to provide as much support and resource as possible because it's the demand is certainly there from folks. So we want to be able to help them out.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. So since there are no more questions, Mike, I will give you back the rest of your day. Thank you again so much for being here with us. We appreciate everything that NAMI does, and we appreciate that you are here to present for us. So
thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate being here, and thank you folks for certainly for your interest, or you wouldn't be here. And so thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. So thanks everyone. We have about 5 more minutes available until our next presentation starts. So feel free to stretch your legs, grab a snack or a drink, and we will get started again at 11. So see you back in 5 minutes. Was educated and employed as a high school teacher for several years. As a young man, he immigrated to Rhode Island to join his family. He married a few years later and has one daughter who attends college locally. He worked in the area while learning a new language and soon became an employee of the Diocese of Providence. He was initially involved with the homemaking program and later transitioned into the respite care program, which is now called Care Breaks. Under Hector's coordination, the program has expanded into the primary source of subsidized respite services in the state. In addition, Hector oversees new, innovative programs which are also available through Care Breaks, including the Lifespan Respite Program, Powerful Tools for Caregivers. Last year, Hector also became a certified trainer for the Powerful Tools Support and Self-Care series and has conducted sessions for Spanish-speaking caregivers. Hector, welcome.
Thank you, Maryam, for those kind words. Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank the Family Caregiver Alliance of Rhode Island for the invitation to be part of this conference. I hope that my presentation will provide useful, simple, and complete information to all of you family caregivers and professionals. Again, I'm the coordinator of the Care Breaks program, formerly known as the Respite Care Services. And here at the Diocese of Providence, the Catholic Social Services of Rhode Island, we have the Care Breaks program, and under that umbrella, we have this program, Powerful Tool for Caregivers. I would like to share some data with you. When I came to this country so many years ago, I realized that people here listen to data, use data, and are very comfortable interpreting data. So all of us know that life expectancy increase. That means that people are living longer. People are living longer. And also we know that every day we have new medical treatments, new medicines come to the market. So people are living longer, but with that longevity, along with that longevity, it comes with chronic illness like Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson, arthritis, asthma, diabetes, and also once the people get older, it is possible to get one of sometimes more than one of these chronic conditions, and also can get some disabilities. So more and more of us we're gonna become caregivers. At some point in our lives, we're going to become caregivers. I came to this country when I was 28, 29 years old. And look now I'm 65. So the census of 2010 told us that in Rhode Island, we had, the population of this segment, 65 and older, we had 152,000 people being 65 or older. And that was in 2010. 2020, that segment of the population went to almost 198,000 people being 65 and older. So from 152, it jumped close to 200,000. And for by the year 2040, the projected people 65 and older is going to be 264,000. So if we see the numbers from 2010 to 2040, it's gonna be an increase of 75%. So chances are that many of us, including me, we are going to become caregivers because people are living longer, or we will need a caregiver. Conditions like the ones that I personally have, like blood pressure, high blood pressure, diabetes. So maybe it is possible that I'm gonna need, I already have this chronic condition. It's possible that I'm gonna need a caregiver. So caregiving is among the greatest gifts that we can give a loved one, but it can also be one of the most demanding. In order to avoid burnout, it is important for caregivers to ask for support and make their own wellness a priority. So caregivers need to request support and take care of their well-being. So the powerful tool for caregivers, having that in consideration, the powerful tool for caregivers was designed to help caregivers to take care of themselves. It is important that caregivers assume that responsibility of protecting, taking care, pamper themselves. So powerful tool for caregivers teaches that to caregivers. So let me start with the PowerPoint presentation. Can you see that, Maryam? Okay, great. So what is powerful tool for caregivers? It's a nationally recognized, well-recognized self-education program for family caregivers. It consists of 6 workshops for attendees, and it provides attendees with tools and strategies to handle the unique challenges caregivers face. It is available in English, in Spanish, and I understand that it's being presented, it is being given in other countries like Canada and also South Korea. And I heard that also in Mexico, they are implementing this great program for caregivers. So again, it is the course consists of 6 classes given over a 6-week period, 1 class per week. It is an hour, 30 minutes long, 90 minutes. It could be in person or virtually. Before the pandemic started, we were teaching this class in person, but then now it is virtually. And caregivers will receive everything they need for the class, like the book, handouts, and community resources. This is we have here a picture of the book in both English and Spanish, Caregiver Help Book, and Manual de Ayuda para Cuidadores. So once before we start the first class, caregivers receive this book. It is a beautiful, great resource for caregivers because it is like a 240 pages book, but you don't, as a caregiver, you don't have to read it in order. You can just go looking for the topic that you are interested in, and it's a beautiful resource and very important. You can learn many different tips and concepts about Maryam. Hold on, please. I'm having a battery situation. Hold on one minute.
Sure, take your time, Hector.
Always something.
I know with technology, it really is always something.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Things happen. So I was telling you about how important this book is. It should be in any and every caregiver's shelves. Okay. So the class number one, the name of this class is Taking Care of You. It is important to know that during this class, caregivers they will learn how to protect them, how to avoid stress, or how to manage stress. So caregiver involves many challenges. Often you need to learn and master new skills. If, for example, the care recipient ability to communicate or remember is affected, then you will need to learn how to communicate with this person. It is not up to the care recipient, it's going to be up to you. So you will have to develop and master and learn new skills. You may have to make some tough decisions as a caregiver, telling dad that he cannot drive anymore because he's not safe, or moving in with mom because it is not safe for her to live alone. That's another decision. So caregivers make and face challenges every day, but the greatest challenge a caregiver facing is taking care of themselves. That's the greatest challenge. Managing self-care it takes responsibility on the caregiver. As the caregiver, you are responsible for your own well-being. You have to have realistic expectations. The more you know about the family member's condition, the better. Knowledge is power. You, as a caregiver, you focus on what you can do. We cannot change a person that was always demanding and inflexible. But we can control how we respond to that person's demands. We have to learn from our emotions. Feelings exist. Feelings are real, are neither good or bad. Listen to your emotions, and what they are trying to tell you is very important. We can, as a caregiver, we cannot ignore our emotions. And finally, in that first class, we work on an action plan. That's one of the main tools that the caregiver, through all these classes, will put in their bags of tools. So an action plan. Let's see what it is. An action plan is a specific action that you are confident you can accomplish within the next week. It is an agreement with yourself. So it says that you can accomplish within the next week. The first week, the first class, we learn and we explain everything about the action plan. And then during that same first class, we make a commitment that we are going to work on something and the next week. So that action plan has some characteristics. Something you want to do. It's not something that you have to do. It's not something that you need to do. No, it is something that you want to do. It is reachable. You can accomplish that. It obeys to a specific behavior, and that action plan has to answer these questions. What are you going to do? How much of that you are going to do? When? How often? If it answers those 4 questions, it could be a credible action plan. And finally, the confidence level. Let's take an instance. My action plan for next week is going to be, I'm going to read. So what am I going to do? I'm going to read. I'm going to read a book that I have in that shelf since I started my caregiving life. So what are you going to do? I'm going to read. How much are you going to read? Well, I'm going to read a chapter, every chapter. When are you going to read? Oh, the best time for me to read is going to be after 7:30 evenings. So I'm going to do that after 7:30. And how often? I'm going to do this twice a week. Okay, so I'm going to read one chapter. I'm going to read it after 7:30, and I'm going to do that twice a week. What is my confidence level? Since I want to read this book, it's not something that was imposed to me. It's something that I want to do. My confidence level is going to be 9. It's going to be 9. So that's a good number. Some people say during the classes, oh, I think that my confidence level is going to be 4. So we say, I mean, maybe you can try something else, because it seems like this is not going to be, you're not going to be able to accomplish this. Try something else, something easier. So those are the kind of conversations that we have with our students, with our attendees. So now we go to class number 2, identifying and reducing personal stress. Managing caregiving stress, identifying signs and sources of caregiving stress, and using positive self-talk. Studies show that a certain amount of stress is helpful. It can challenge us to change and motivate us to do things we might not do otherwise. So certain amount of stress is not bad. It can challenge us. However, when the amount of stress overwhelms our ability to cope with it, we feel distress and burnout. We don't want to hear that word. We don't want to get to that state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. So we don't want to get to that point. So we can deal with some stress, but we need to avoid to get to that point. Signs. So we need to be alert to detect some signs of stress, like loss of energy, feeling tired or exhausted, tense, nervous, anxious, maybe showing some lack of interest in people or things that were formerly pleasure to us. We can start consuming pills to sleep. Maybe wake up during the night, or start in some cases drinking alcohol. And so those are signs that we need to pay attention. And during those classes, we talk to our students or about to our caregivers about those signs that they need to, they need to pay attention to those signs and start working on that. Also, we need to look at the sources, to look for the sources. What is causing that stress? So it could be that you feel that you, as a caregiver, you lose your freedom. That's something that in some cases people feel like trapped in their house, just taking care of mom or dad, and that thought can come to caregivers' minds. I lost my freedom. So maybe, or you think that others are not helping you, other members of the family. There's lack of communication with the care recipient. Sometimes the care recipient, it is possible that mom that used to be everything for you, now mom doesn't understand what you are saying, or pap cannot talk. So that can bring some stress to you. So that's a source of stress. It is possible that it is painful to see the care receiver condition that is getting worse, and that creates some stress. So looking for those signs and going to the sources is going to be very important for the caregiver health and managing of that stress. Finally, in this class, we work in using positive self-talk. We most of the day we talk to ourselves. We talk, oh, I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna. You find yourself thinking about having ideas, and sometimes that talk is negative. Is negative. So we need to start using positive self-talk. I cannot say, for example, oh, I'm gonna cook, thinking I'm gonna cook for mom. I'm gonna do this, but it doesn't matter what I cook. She's not gonna eat it. She's mom. It is a waste for me to cook this for mom. She's not gonna eat it. No, maybe you may start changing that way of thinking. Oh, I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna do this. Mom used to like this, and probably she will try some, but probably is because of the medicine that she's taking. So having that kind of thinking is in that way you don't get stressed. You are understanding. You are understanding why mom is not eating what you are cooking, but you don't have to stress about that. Let's go to class number 3. Communicating feelings, needs, and concerns. We learn there are some techniques about how to best express yourself, how to get in contact with others. So when you make a phone call on behalf of the care recipient to the doctor, or you need to find information about or discuss with a doctor about the medical condition. How to best express yourself, how to prepare for that conversation. You don't take the phone call and, doctor, no, you need to be prepared, and there are some steps that you need to follow in order to make that conversation fluent with the person that you are talking to. Also, we learn in that class number 3 using iMessages. iMessages. There's a difference between iMessages and you messages. iMessages, speaking for yourself from an I position, is one of the most effective communication tools. With I statements, you take ownership. You take ownership for your feelings, thoughts, and concerns by saying, I feel, I think, I need, I am frustrated, I am worried. You are expressing your own feelings, motives, and needs. by contrast, when you use you messages, you sound like blaming others and putting people on the defense. So we work on this using I messages, avoiding using you messages, changing you messages to I messages. That's a technique that students, caregivers learn when they attend our Powerful Tool for Caregiver class. That's now we come to class number 4, communicating with, in challenging situations, being assertive, not aggressive. Being assertive is being concrete. When you express your thoughts, you have to be concrete and not aggressive. Some people get confused. Oh, because I'm expressing my thinking to others. No, some people are aggressive, and you need to be assertive but not aggressive. We learned that technique. Also, we have a technique desk for assertive communication, and also another communication style, Aikido. That's when you put in yourself in the position of the other person is having. So what about if you put in his position, what this person wants in order to avoid this confrontation, this conflict? So we talk about those techniques of communication in class number 4. Class number 5, learning from our emotions. Our emotions are there. We cannot ignore them. We have to learn from our emotions. If we feel like sad, we feel angry, we feel worried, we need to explore why am I feeling this way, and learn from those emotions, put those emotions to work on our favor. Also, we learned emotions like being anger, guilt. So we talk about that and how best manage those emotions, those feelings. And finally, in this class, we talk about depression. Is something that affects many caregivers, and so we talk about depression and how to deal, or when to know that we need some help from others, to communicate with others, tell them what we need in order to get rid of this thing that is affecting us. And then finally, we have class number 6. As a caregiver, as a caregiver, you face changes no matter what level of care you provide. So there are changes. You could be a full-time caregiver providing hands-on care. You could be a part-time caregiver helping an older relative to remain in his house. You could be a long-distance caregiver. And then you face changes. There are going to be changes. Change is the internal situation. Change is the internal situation, like the increased needs of the care receiver. Sometimes there are medical condition changes. It's getting worse, and then you have to increase your caregiving help. So that's a change. Maybe moving the caregiver, the care recipient, the care receiver to a nursing home. That's a change that you have to face. The transition to this change is the internal emotional process through the which is the internal process that I go through when facing that change. So we talk about changes, we talk about transitions. We during this class number 6, we talk about family meetings. Family meetings are very important. In many cases, all the members of the family need to be included for a decision. It's not me who is doing the caregiving, who is going to decide where mom or go or dad is going to be next. Or so I need to include the rest of the family. And sometimes those family members, they have different opinions, different ways of thinking. So we better be prepared to handle the family meeting. So there we have different steps that if you follow those steps, chances are that you're gonna have a useful family meeting and reach to those decisions that most of the family members are going to agree with. And finally, we talk about using the power of optimism. We learn some studies show that we learn how to be negative, how to be pessimistic. So we can also learn how to be optimistic, how to think positive. So there are some techniques that we can use, and that the caregivers will learn about how to be more optimistic and get rid of that negative thoughts. Basically, that's what we see in our powerful tool for caregiver class. This is a great resource for caregivers, and I hope that some of the caregivers that are out there seeing this presentation will call me or will email me and telling me the good news that they want to join our next class. Again, we have these classes in English and Spanish. I teach the Spanish course, and we have two ladies, two women here who are prepared and have the credentials to teach the English part of our powerful tool for caregiver class. Maryam, any questions?
Thank you so much. We do have two questions in the queue, Hector. First question is, you may have already mentioned this, but is this training course publicly available to those outside of your diocese? Or can other organizations be trained to offer this curriculum in their local areas?
The last part of the question, I understand that there's another organization, Ripon, who is also providing this class for caregivers. And with the services that we provide here, I mean, the Care Breaks program, I mean, you don't have to belong to the Diocese of Providence. I mean, you have to live here in Rhode Island. This is for Rhode Islanders. This class can, I mean, you can find, if you get with in contact with the Powerful Tools for Caregivers headquarters, I think it's in Iowa University, you can email them. They tell you where you can find these classes in other states. So here we teach this class for caregivers in Rhode Island, and you don't have to be like Catholic or no. It's for caregivers. We don't ask for religion affiliation, so you don't have to be a member of the Diocese of Providence.
Great. And so the class is offered nationally as well in other local areas.
Yes. This is a nationwide class, and again, if you go for look for you go a Google search looking for Powerful Tool for Caregivers, it will take you there to the headquarters of the program, and they will tell you, they will provide all that information for you about classes in your own state.
Great, thank you, Hector. Next question we have is, how do you set up a family meeting effectively?
Well, we learn in the class some techniques and some steps that need. I mean, you need to follow those steps in order to have a successful family meeting. Because again, as I told you, in many cases, even though we grew up in the same family, I personally, took part in a family meeting. I was here. My sister was in North Carolina. My other sisters were in Colombia, and we got together. And I mean, we wanted, all of us wanted the best for our mom, but we ended up having some discussions because one brother or one sister thinking this way. So with the class, you learn some steps to have in consideration in order to have a success family meeting.
Great, thank you. And next question is there a fee for the Powerful Tools Caregiver class through the diocese?
No, not at all. All our attendees or caregivers, students, they don't pay they don't pay a penny. No, this is free of charge. We even try to bring caregivers to our way. To motivate them, giving them a little something. It could be a car to go shopping, $20-$30. We have been doing that. I mean, we give them a little something instead of them paying us. No, the class is free of charge.
Great, thank you, Hector. And I just put Hector's contact information in the chat box as well. And so if anyone was interested in signing up for the courses, they would reach out to you directly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, excuse me, my Zoom is acting up a bit. And next question we have is it one session or multiple sessions? And do you have to attend all of the sessions if it's multiple?
I mean, we hope that the caregivers attend. I mean, the whole 6 classes. The course consists of 6 classes, 1 class per week, 90 minutes per class. 90 minutes meaning an hour and 30 minutes. And I mean, we hope things happen, and we understand that. But at least we want the caregiver to attend at least 4 or 5 classes out of 6. We understand that sometimes things happen, but we hope that when caregivers signs for the class, that they stay with us, because in some cases, always what we talked about today, we're going to use it next class. So hopefully they will attend the whole 6 sessions.
And Hector, are the current classes in person or virtual?
Virtual, yes. Because of the pandemic, yes, we haven't decided yet to. It is. I mean, it is when we had those classes in person. It was different. It was great. It was great. I mean, to have the chance to meet with people in person, and in many cases to hear and to see the sometimes people just looking at you express so many things that they have inside. So, but because of the pandemic, now we are having those classes online virtually.
I will say, when it comes to programs and services that are offered to caregivers, I'm a huge proponent of having the virtual option, because I think a lot of times it's difficult for caregivers to find someone else to take care of their loved one.
For them, yes.
Even for that, an hour and a half program, but being virtual does take away that human interaction that would be so useful in a powerful tools course.
In that case, when they need somebody to cover for them, we have our care breaks program that can be used for that purpose. We approve a person for services, and the caregiver can use like let's say a home care aide or a CNA to stay with mom. In the meantime, they come to the class. So if I mean, see, if we had those classes in person, we used to encourage people to come to the class and having and using our care breaks program for bringing somebody into the house to cover for them. But it's true, and sometimes, and in many cases, some caregivers, they don't feel like comfortable leaving the house. So having the option virtual is a good option. Yes.
We do have someone who has taken the caregivers course. They have a testimonial here. I attended the Powerful Tools for Caregivers class in North Carolina through our caregiver group, cccooa.org, a nonprofit organization, and they provide us with a certificate for it. And if we had attended each class 6 weeks, it was very eye-opening, and ours was hybrid.
Okay. Yeah.
And does anyone else have any questions? I will say that just to clarify for those that are new to the programs and services offered in Rhode Island, Care Breaks is also through Catholic Social Services in the diocese, and it provides a break and respite to caregivers if they wanted to take time for themselves to be part of Powerful Tools for Caregivers, or if they just wanted time to themselves to be able to get errands done, do a little self-care, what their needs may be. So that's also
go to doctor's appointments. Just rest. Or go shopping, and you need somebody to stay with mom or dad in the house. They can use the Care Breaks program. The Care Breaks program is a copay program. We help families to pay for services, and we decide what level. How much the co-share for the family is going to be based on the care recipient's income, not on the caregivers. Some caregivers call us, oh, I work full time and I make this much, but I think mom is not going to qualify for the program. No, it is not based on the caregiver's income, but the care recipient's income. So I encourage people out there from Rhode Island, because the care recipient has to live here in Rhode Island. The caregiver can live like nearby, but the care recipient has to be a Rhode Island resident.
great. Thank you for clarifying that, Hector. And if anyone else has any question, feel free to submit it in the Q&A or raise your hand, and I can give you permission to unmute your microphone. We still have about 5 minutes left for questions. If anyone wants to ask anything, feel free to do so. You can also ask your questions anonymously if you don't want your name to be included with the question. So there's also that option available to everyone. And again, Hector's contact information is in the chat box. And I will say Hector has always been great at getting back to me personally very, very quickly. So, and I always appreciate that, Hector.
Thank you.
Okay. If we don't have any other questions, Hector, I will thank you so much for being a part of this year's conference as well. I know we've had you as a presenter in previous years. I think it's so important that people have this information and know that the classes are available.
Anytime I'm available. Last year you invite me, and I said, what happened with my last presentation? Maybe she didn't like it. But I know that you have many other people from different programs, but I'm very happy and thankful for the invitation. Thank you very much. And you know that I'm here always when you need something or any information. Just let me know, and I will be there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. We appreciate your dedication. And I will say that Hector and Catholic Social Services are one of our partners, our community partners that work on the Lifespan Respite Grant with us that's administered to us through OHA and funding coming from ACL. And if we didn't have this partnership, this conference would not be happening. So we're very grateful to all of our partners. And so thank you again, Hector, and I will allow for everyone to break and go to lunch. We have about 30 minutes for lunch, so enjoy your lunchtime. We will be back here with our next workshop at 12:15. In the meantime, if you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to email me. I will be checking my email throughout the lunch break. So thank you again, Hector, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll I'll reconvene at 12:15. Thank you.
Good day. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Joining us today, we are back from our very quick lunch break into our afternoon session with our next workshop, Workshop C. This workshop is going to be about supporting caregiving youth in Rhode Island, children and adolescents who provide ongoing care for a family member at home. And it's with great pleasure that I introduce our presenters and the team that is doing this great work in other states and are now coming to Rhode Island, which I'm very excited about. So I will introduce them and then I will hand off the presentation. So first we have Connie Siskowski, is the founder and president at American Association of Caregiving Youth, AACY, a nonprofit that serves children and adolescents who provide significant or substantial assistance, often on a regular basis, to relatives or household members needing help because of a physical or mental illness, disability, or frailty. It is the only organization in the US dedicated solely to addressing caregiving youth issues. Dr. Siskowski's dream is for all family caregivers to be honored and respected, but especially youth for their contributions to family and to society. No child in the US should have to drop out of school because he or she has to care for a family member. Our next presenter is Olivia Smith, who is the Executive Associate State Strategy and Student Opportunity at Rhode Island Department of Education, Office of the Commissioner. She has a passion for equity-based, student-centered education policy reform with experience in both qualitative and quantitative research analysis and evaluation methods. Also part of their team is Steve Osborne, who is the State Strategy and Student Opportunity Officer at Rhode Island Department of Education. Steve leads efforts to make sure that every child has the opportunity to choose the school and course experiences that help them reach their full potential. Also on their team is Elizabeth Olson, who is a professor of geography and global studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She also currently serves as department chair. Her research and advocacy work focuses on understanding historical and contemporary caregiving by young people in the US and the future of care. And last but not least, Emma Armstrong Carter, who is a developmental psychologist and postdoctoral researcher at University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She researches children's and adolescents' experiences helping and caregiving for family, and how these experiences relate to their school success and well-being. Welcome, Connie and Olivia. It's great to have you with us. And without any more of me talking or further ado, I will let you take the lead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be with you all today and to share a little more about caregiving youth and the challenges they face. And so we're going to begin this by showing a news clip that came out when the first national study, and so far the only national study in our country.
Finally, tonight, a new study suggests staggering numbers of American children are now taking care of the adults who are supposed to be taking care of them. More than 1 million young people between the ages of 8 and 18 are tending to sick or disabled adults at home. And as ABC's Jeff Morrell reports, many keep it a secret out of fear of being split up.
Like most high school seniors, Francis Arthur has a lot on his plate. Schoolwork, basketball practice, and a part-time job. But on top of all that, he also cooks, cleans, and cares for his ailing grandparents. One with diabetes, the other dementia.
Sometimes I'd be tired, so tired, I can't even concentrate in class.
You have a lot of responsibility for a young man.
I still had a lot of responsibility since I was born.
Francis is part of a hidden problem in this country. A new study, the first ever in the U.S., reveals that nearly 1.5 million kids nationwide care for sick or disabled relatives.
Most people in the U.S. would be oblivious to this, and that's not just the general public. That's policymakers, that's Congress, that's doctors in the healthcare system.
While there is some support for the 44 million adult caregivers in this country, children doing the same thing are pretty much on their own.
Your medication, Kate.
27-year-old Maggie Ornstein has been taking care of her mother since she suffered a brain aneurysm a decade ago.
At a point when I would have been normally breaking away from my family, my mom became like a child of mine. Do you have keys? Are you sure?
Some, like Maggie, still thrive with all that responsibility, but British researchers who have been studying this for years say it takes a toll on most.
They may become depressed. They may develop emotional difficulties. They may develop health problems.
Do you feel like you've missed your childhood?
I miss a lot of my childhood. A lot.
Francis Arthur has had to grow up fast, but he's not bitter about it. He doesn't have time to be. In addition to everything else, he's studying for college. He hopes to become a professional nurse,
Right.
so he can care for even more people in need. Jeff Morrell, ABC News, Rockledge, Florida.
So that gives you, thanks. We can go to the next slide. So that gives you a little sense of what some of these children are doing. And in fact, Maggie is still taking care of her mother years later. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about what AACY is, who are the kids, why they provide care, what is the impact on them, and what are the implications for assisting or helping them. So AACY, our nonprofit, was originally formed in 1998. We began work with the Caregiving Youth Project in 2006, just at one middle school, and we're now in 35 middle and high schools. And over the years, we have assisted more than 2,100 children who begin with us in 6th grade and stay with us through high school graduation, an average time of about 5.5 years. So this subject isn't unique to education or healthcare, but it really intersects healthcare, education, and the community. And so that's why we're so thankful to have this opportunity to work with educators, with the community, and with people in healthcare. So we know that there are some organizations in our country that look at special diseases such as MS or ALS. And with our work, we include children who take care of people with any kind of health condition. So it could be a physical, a disability, substance misuse, or other conditions. Now, I must just add a caveat that children need parental consent to our Caregiving Youth Project. And so we do not have the expected number of children who assist a family. We do have a significant number of family members who have a mental health issue. And so you heard that way back in 2005, there were 1.3 to 1.4 million. Right now, we know that there's more than 5.4 million, more than 5 times the amount. And that number is really underestimated. And in Florida, we were able to include a question about caregiving in the Florida Youth Risk Behavior Survey. And it showed that there were more than 290,000 public, middle, and high school students in that role. And that excludes children who are signed up for like Florida Virtual School or who are in private or charter schools. So again, that number is underestimated. So why does this happen? So first of all, many of our families that we work with are financially insecure. So that means that they do not have extra resources to provide for help at home. And also what we're seeing, as I believe is being seen in Rhode Island, is that now some children in high school are having to work to support their family, not for their own personal benefit, but to help the family. Certain cultures, this is the expectation that children help without the families really realizing the impact on the children. Today, we have more multi-generation households. Grandparents or great-grandparents have moved in. With older parents, there may be more health-related issues. We see more grandparents as parents, and what happens when the grandparent gets sick, and especially if it's a single grandparent or a single parent, single grandparent or single parent, and just think that that's the only person there. And the children always wonder what's happening to me. And we certainly know that our population is aging. And today you can take care of a medically complex person at home that used to be cared for in a facility. So all these things together kind of form the petri dish for more children who must caregive. And so the next slide just shows a couple of the kids that we've cared for. The one in the upper left, her mom was waiting for a kidney transplant, and meanwhile she had an eye problem. In the upper right, this child was referred to us through juvenile justice. Her mom had been made disabled by a drunk driver. She already had diabetes, and the student was so angry and saying, "Why me? Why am I the only one?" She didn't know that she was not the only one. In the lower left, Alejandro, he has two siblings that have disabilities that he's been caring for. And in the lower right is Cadnia. His grandmother came to us, to the United States from Jamaica. She had 40% lung capacity. And we were able to get a concentrator because the company that was providing that without her having insurance had cut it off. And what's special about this is that when she died, he called our office to get that picture to use at her funeral. So this is about building relationships. It's not like feeding a child and they're no longer hungry. So what in fact is the impact? So children in our program typically spend at least 20 hours a week and many more caring in addition to going to school. And so when you're under stress, it's hard to learn. So they sacrifice their education and they may have physical and emotional issues. It's very hard when you're isolated and you think that no one else is doing this. And certainly with COVID, that isolation became greater and the needs of the children were under-recognized, and the lack of socialization is something that we're working to help them pick up, because once you get isolated, sometimes it's hard to make new friends and you miss your only childhood. As part of normal development, kids are supposed to have fun. And so we try and provide some fun activities for them. So the next slide shows the extent of the different types of activities that the children do. And the first, the set in blue, are those activities of daily living. You can see that there's a lot with mobility, and that's a lot is related to caring for somebody with a disability or grandparent care where there's been functional decline with aging. We don't have a good way to measure the emotional impact on the children. And so they're just kind of there, but always, the red flags are up about what's going to happen next and what's going to happen to me. Will I be prepared? And on the next slide, this talks about the types of services that the Caregiving Youth Project provides. So beginning in 6th grade, as I said, we do an eligibility screening, and we have 5 what we call levels of responsibility that look at how many hours a week the children spend and the types of activities that they do. And so there's 5 levels. So children in our program are in the top 3 of 5 levels. Then we have skills building groups in school, as well as lunch and learn sessions, which are based on the top 10 diagnoses of the care receivers. And those are open not only to students in our program, but to the whole school, because Sometimes kids may be reluctant to sign up, but they may want to learn more about the specific disease. One of the important things that we do is do a home visit, and this helps to identify what else the family might need. The more that we can strengthen the family, the more the stress on the child is reduced. We have a mentoring program, which has been very helpful. And our respite, we have a small pool of funds for respite. And so this means that either a home care worker would go in to relieve some of the things that the children do, but often, it's not the caregiving that bothers them, but it's the cleaning the house. So we recently started using a couple of home cleaning services just once a month, and it just gives that kind of break that kids and the families look forward to, plus it's healthy for the environment. Children, just like adults, do this unpaid work. And so how can we recognize them? So one way is for high school students to earn community service hours. We focus on high school because that's a requirement for graduation, at least in our school district, and it may be for others. And so, if you're a child and you have to run right home from school, or, work with caregiving on the weekend, you don't have time or the energy to do volunteer work. So we worked it out with the school district so we can prorate. The kids keep a log, we can prorate what they do so that, and then they're awarded a certificate for their hours. And so then we also, as I mentioned, do fun activities. One of the benefits of this is that, so first kids learn that they're not alone in their own school. And then our activities involve kids from other schools. And that way they meet new friends and they can have fun. We're really looking forward to our upcoming holiday celebration, which is for kids and their families. And we collect what we call regiftables and other things so that the kids have a chance to go shopping and wrap gifts for their family members. So one of the things that we do is have an overnight camp. So at this, and during each of our activities, we have like an educational session. And so we were doing a CPR training. And so I asked the kids, how many of you have called 911? And 53% of those kids had said they did. And so we followed up, and it's not about, calling the police because somebody is going to rob them. These were all about health-related calls. So that just gives you a window into what some of the things that the kids confront. Many of them give medication. So also at camp, we ask them to say, what's worrying you? So here they are away from home, away from their caregiving responsibilities, but they're still wondering, what happens if I give mom medicine and it's more than what they need? Will it harm them? A lot of the kids give insulin, so that's a worry. And a big worry is, if you see somebody who's in a wheelchair or with a cane, you have a visual. But what happens if the person has a diagnosis and looks normal, but really inside is not? And so it's kind of easier for people in school and others to recognize when a child is caring for somebody that has something visual. One of our children was caring for her father who was terminally ill, and she's wondering, will it affect her life when her father dies, essentially, with that question. What happens when they need help, but you can't help them? So that's another reason that we do a home visit, to see what other equipment or things that can strengthen the family, that can help them with their everyday tasks. And so we call this Camp Treasure, and we have the kids make treasure boxes. And I just thought this was so special. So one of the kids said, her mission is to do whatever I can to so that her grandfather's diabetes goes away and he can live longer in the family. So I thought that was pretty profound. And it's not all bad stuff. So kids learn empathy. You may know that there's a national effort to teach children empathy. Our kids don't have to be taught. They could be the teachers. They do learn life skills. One boy told me now that he had graduated, he realized how much further he was ahead of his peers because he had this caregiving experience and knew how to do things that they don't. They learn, to make value judgments. And that's so important. One of the girls was caring for her brother, and one of her friends called him a crip, and kids are sometimes not the nicest with each other. And so we thought, well, is that somebody that you really want to be your friend? And so we kind of worked through that. And they develop communication skills and also a sense of purpose. So, and that's particularly important because when the person that they love may die, what takes the place in that vacuum? And so that's something that we need to address. So how at the end of the year, we do a survey to get feedback from the kids. And so we made up our own report card, but you can see that it's pretty good. And we're very proud of our average 8-year graduation rate from high school, which is essentially 98%. And about 90% of our kids go on to post-secondary education. So the next slide shows the results of our end of the year feedback. And again, just another way to look at how the children feel that they're helping. And another thing that's important on this slide is that many of the children take care of more than one person. So among these 288 kids who responded to the survey, they care for 417 individuals in their family. So just think of, one boy said, well, what would our country do if we didn't have, if they didn't have caregiving youth? So that's a challenge that I would like to leave you with and thank you for your participation. And now I'm just so excited to have the opportunity to meet some folks in Rhode Island and look at, how from the inside out, they have recognized that children are in roles, that their education is impacted and are looking at ways to help. And we just look forward to finding ways to support these children so that they can have success in life academically and personally. And as Maryam had said in the very beginning, our goal is for no child in our country to have to drop out of school because of family caregiving. And while this slide is still up, I just want to point to you. So the character in blue in our logo is the child, and you can see his arms are around the two adults. So I turn this over to Olivia, who can talk a little bit about what's going on in Rhode Island that we are so excited about too.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Connie. And hi, everybody. As Maryam mentioned earlier, I'm Olivia Smith. I work at the Rhode Island Department of Education as the Executive Associate of State Strategy and Student Opportunity. I am helping to support the agency's effort to reimagine high school and to implement readiness-based graduation requirements. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Rhode Island context. So we at RIDE want to learn more about caregiving youth as a population in our state and in our schools. And we want to learn about how to support them both academically and personally as we move towards implementing readiness-based graduation requirements. In order to do that, we have formed this research practice partnership with the American Association of Caregiving Youth and a few researchers to better understand how to do this, how to support caregiving youth here in Rhode Island. So back in June 2020, we presented the findings of what is called the Educational Opportunity Audit. We presented these findings to the State Council on Elementary and Secondary Education, and this report is really meant to paint the picture of what the student high school experience is here in Rhode Island. There were a lot of challenges that were presented in the data that demonstrate the challenges that our students face right now in their educational experience, and our council challenged us at RIDE to come up with a plan to respond to those challenges. So in June 2021, knowing that we could not do this alone, we formed what we call the Reimagining High School Working Group, which engaged the Rhode Island public, anyone who had an interest in redesigning high school and rethinking what it means to provide students with an effective high school education, joined us for a series of 8 sessions where we brought local and national experts, including Connie, to talk about the data and talk about what the real high school experience was for our students and how we might go about fixing it. So one of those data points is, which we collected through a statewide social emotional learning survey that we conduct annually from Rhode, is that more than 1 in 3 Rhode Island students are taking care of someone for most or part of the day. So we found out that 7% of middle and high school students reported taking care of a sibling, a parent, or a grandparent for most of the day, and 29% of our students did that for part of the day. So many of our children right now in Rhode Island high schools and middle schools are supporting working parents, and they're caring for family members. So we did a little bit of further analysis of that data to kind of better understand the impact that caregiving has on the mental health of our students. So as a part of that statewide survey, we found that students who are taking care of someone for most or part of their day are 15% more likely to experience ongoing sadness for 2 or more weeks. We found that this was particularly true amongst older girls. We also found that 14% of students were absent from school to take care of someone else. So this suggested to us that caregiving during childhood and adolescence is linked to emotional and academic risks. Similar findings, these findings are also similar to what was seen in the study that Connie mentioned earlier in Florida from 2019. So the goal of Rhode Island's proposal for readiness-based graduation requirements is to graduate students with open doors to create their own future. In order to do that, you'll see that one of the key priorities of our proposal is that we need to change how we are supporting our students and their families. So in order to do that, and now that as of November 16th, the RIDE's proposal for readiness-based graduation requirements has been approved by our K-12 Council, every single high school in the state of Rhode Island is going to develop a policy that provides supports and flexibilities to students who are caregiving youth. So none of our students should at any point have to choose between academics and supporting their family. So over the next 6 years, as we work to implement these readiness-based graduation requirements, which take effect for the class of 2028, we're going to be supporting every single high school in our state with adopting policies and practices that support caregiving youth in partnership with Connie at the American Association of Caregiving Youth and our researchers. So as Connie said, I want to thank you all too for the time and your participation in today's session. Thank you to the United Way for inviting us to share about the work that we are doing. And that is all from my end. Connie, I want to open the floor if you have any closing words at all. You're on mute. Oh, you're on mute, Connie.
Okay, sorry about that. I did it myself and then you did it. So I got unmuted twice. So I think what is so profound is the fact that Florida and Rhode Island are a little different besides the weather, and yet the impact of the kids is the same. And actually, when I went to the first international conference on caregiving, I did a little presentation of some of the adult family caregivers and what they were going through in the US. And when people from other countries presented this, the impact was the same. And so the more we talk with people in other parts of the country, the more that we know that it's the caregiving, it's the stress. And the beautiful thing is it doesn't have to be this way. And so for Rhode Island to be taking this initiative and being proactive, just yesterday, I was on a call with some of my CNN Hero peers, and one is working with people in recovery. And he mentioned, I asked, what is a single thing that has created people going to substance misuse? And he said, it turns out that a lot of it is adverse childhood experiences. And so trauma in children has not been recognized until recently. And so this work is not only about supporting the child today in school so that they can be successful, but we still don't have good studies about the long-term effects of caregiving. I mean, you can imagine if you are taking care of someone that you love a lot, and that person has a wound, and you need to do wound care. That's a hard thing to do, and some of these images stay in your mind. So you have to learn how to replace the negatives with something positive as we move forward, so that you don't have those long-term effects. And I see that Betsy is here. Betsy from UNC North Carolina. We're in the process of doing some research with her and her team from that's from the National Science Foundation research. And Betsy is an expert worldwide. And Betsy, I wonder if you'd like to mention a couple of things, or if anybody has any questions, we'd be happy to take that.
We do have one question in the queue, but if Betsy, you wanted to add anything, feel free to do so, and then we can move on to questions.
No, I just want to express gratitude and congratulations to Rhode Island for taking these steps. It's such a dramatic shift for the United States, and it really places the state as both a national and a world leader in these efforts. So just sincere congratulations and gratitude to Olivia, and especially to Connie, who's been doing this for a very long time. And I'm happy to also monitor the Q&A, so I'll keep an eye on that.
Right, thank you so much. And my favorite reference to Rhode Island is that we are tiny but mighty. So we have in a lot of
with big heart, right?
Yeah, little state, very big heart. So we have led a lot of efforts and been a lot of firsts. So I'm glad that this will be following Florida's lead and kind of pushing forward with this effort, because it's something that's really needed and will help in so many other areas of individuals' lives and of kids' lives.
I was just going to say that I can now mention on a national basis, we have been working with some legislative offices, and they made a recommendation to the GAO to conduct another national survey, since we don't have national data since 2004 when it was collected. So that request was accepted, and so it's a work in progress. And thankfully, through Betsy and other researchers, we have formed through our Caregiving Youth Institute a research collaborative, which will be helping to make sure that the questions are appropriate and to get the data that we need on a national basis.
That's wonderful. Thank you for giving us that update. And right now in the Q&A, we have one question that is, it would be interesting to find out where the funding will come from, because of the risk of family separation or being put into the system would be a scare for most minors and or family members. The paperwork and red tape would be very revealing legally. Would the funding be state-driven, nonprofit, etc.?
So I would just jump in here and say that's to be determined. But, we have just yesterday, somebody asked me the question, why are children not being removed from the home if they're doing these things? And people worry about that. But and in fact, one of our representatives from the state of Florida said to me, well, Connie, they shouldn't be doing this. They should be in foster care. And we do not believe that that's the option. That's correct, except in very unsafe situations. So we would rather work hard to support that family, to strengthen that family, to reduce the impact of any adverse experiences that they have already incurred so that they can be helped later. Where funding will come from, that's one reason that I'm hoping that since there's no federal, public, or even state recognition of this population, that once we are able to get the national data and also have participated in the national Raise family caregiving strategies, that children will be recognized and supported. Adult family caregivers are supported under the Older Americans Act, as Maryam, I'm sure that you're very familiar with. And you have to be 18 or older in order to get benefits. And so essentially you could say this is reverse discrimination on the children who essentially are doing the same work as an adult. That has to change, in my opinion.
Thank you, Connie. If anyone else has any other questions, again, feel free to type your question into the Q&A option. You can ask questions anonymously. I know that a lot of the subjects are sensitive, so if you would like to ask anonymously, please feel free to do so. Also, if it would be more comfortable for you to unmute yourself and ask the question, please raise your hand and I can unmute your microphone for you.
And I'm wondering, is this subject something new? You know, is it something that you have thought about before? Is it something that maybe you participated in your youth?
I think I will start that off and say that I think many of us have participated in caregiving when we were younger, sometimes as children and sometimes younger adults. I know that was the case for myself. But I didn't see it as caregiving. I saw it as doing what I needed to do for my family because I was the oldest daughter. I was a daughter. And a lot of those kind of responsibilities, without you even asking to take on those responsibilities, kind of get delegated to you, and you have to take over and just kind of do what you need to do for your family. And you don't a lot of times really consider yourself to be a caregiver, because what you're doing or how you're helping the person that you're caring for, or the help that you're giving, because you don't see it as, it's just, for me personally, it was thinking of, well, it's just something I have to do. It's what everyone has had to do. Most of the women or the daughters in the family have had to do. And culturally, it's delegated to me. I have to do it because I am older and because I'm more responsible. And a lot of times, the family members delegating those tasks to you say, well, it's because you can do it the best, or you're great at it, or it's very easy for you. And you're thinking to yourself, well, mentally, it's not easy for me. It might seem that it's easy for me because I do it with ease, but that doesn't mean that it's easy and that it's not affecting me and affecting my social life as a teenager, affecting what I can allow people at school to know about my home life. And so I think for a lot of us, it has been a reality, but it just didn't get talked about that much. And I'm so glad that it is being talked about now.
It didn't. And while, you know, there are expectations and sometimes children are assigned to this role, I think part of the issue, just as you said, Maryam, is that you didn't talk about it in school. Your friends didn't know. It's hard to do a sleepover or some of the normal childhood behaviors if your grandparent is there and may be acting out at any moment. Your family may be discriminated against by other families, and people don't realize often the impact on the children and their need for support in doing in having these responsibilities.
And I will say that in a lot of communities, there is that fear of bringing in school officials and bringing in Rhode Island, we have the Division of Child and Family Services, DCYF, and a lot of communities don't know what that will entail, especially if they're immigrant communities or minorities, and they don't want anything to ruin their family structure. And in some instances, the children are not in immediate danger. It's just it's a resource issue. It's a cultural sensitivity issue. It's different in every case. So I think having that information out there in the community, especially in immigrant and minority communities, is very helpful. But we do have some questions in the queue. First is a comment where they're saying it's not new in the African American community for sure, which I agree. And the next question we have is, in some ethnic communities, it's acceptable for children to be caregivers, mainly as translators. That was one of my roles. How would you deal with parents that were educated and educate their children as such?
Connie and Olivia, I was just going to kind of draw this in with some of the previous conversations and questions, which is also this point that you made, Maryam, a moment ago, and that Connie brought up about the this perceived as a sensitivity and something that might expose families to scrutiny. And that is certainly something that I think all of us are aware of as we work to both understand and support caregiving youth and their families. One of the striking things about the project, the Caregiving Youth Project, which the AACY really supports and originated in Florida, is the amount of trust which is built through these initiatives and efforts. So in many respects, what we think is that by being able to explain to teachers, to social workers, to others in the community, including those who may be assessing and evaluating families, that in fact, this child is not falling asleep in class because they're being disrespectful or inattentive. They're falling asleep in class because they're taking care of their grandmother at night, or they're going immediately after school to help care for a sibling, and then also staying up very late to complete their homework. Or as a high schooler, trying to arrange their own transportation to get to work to continue supporting their families. We see this as a means by which we can help to explain and describe families more accurately, because of course, you know, the normative version of the family that shows up in a lot of these evaluations is not the families that we work with who have disproportionate caregiving relationships, either because of their ethnic or family origin or because of their socioeconomic status. So, you know, it's part of what we're trying to do is get this into the conversation so that when someone is looking at a family and thinking that this family is not caring for each other adequately, instead what they see is a family that's working very hard to care for each other, and to begin to think what kinds of supports can make a real difference in this family. You know, you probably don't want to keep a child after school if they have a caregiving responsibility at home. And so it changes the way that you think about how you support families. And it's one of the things that's most impressive of the Caregiving Youth Project work, I think, is to sort of change the way that we even ask questions about supporting families. Connie, I wasn't sure if you had a tip about translation.
Well, I think it's a real difficult issue. And I think in hospitals, there's kind of a requirement to not have children do that. And what's also very difficult is the opportunity for misinformation. You know, for sometimes we've seen or heard from kids that doctors talk to them and not to their parent in order for them to translate, and they're being asked to translate information that is really beyond their level of comprehension. So I think it's really difficult, but I think, you know, as more people are aware of the impact of children and what's happening, and also there's more opportunity for translation, apps and things like that to help with translation, that maybe children, you know, won't have this responsibility. But the other thing is, you know, I think that's important is that we do serve many families who are out of status. And families do have fears in the beginning of, oh, we're going to do a home visit and then we're going to get reported and we're going to get deported. And that's not the issue at all. That we're there on a very non-judgmental basis. And we're there to support them, not to judge them, and to provide them with the help that they deserve.
I would also just add to, in the way that Rhode Island has developed the regulatory language around high schools developing policies to support this population, we have intentionally not developed a one-size-fits-all blanket approach to supporting caregiving youth from the state level. We really want to support each and every school in serving their specific unique community and the unique caregivers that are in their community, designing the right practices and policies that respond to the needs of those families and those students, rather than thinking that there's one way to go about doing it, recognizing that there's so much difference across the experiences of these kids.
That's a great distinction that you made, Olivia, because I think that it is very personalized and different from family to family and from community to community. And my final question, this isn't the queue, it's my personal question, and then we'll wrap up since we're at time. Is there also an initiative to reach out to the different communities through religious affiliations and other community agencies that are already working with different communities that we have that are of different either religious backgrounds or different ethnicities, and kind of giving this information to the parents as well, not just the kids in school, because I think that's also very important, because a lot of times what kids hear back from their parents is, well, you've become too Americanized. You've let go of our culture, of our way of valuing family, and you've become Americanized. And it's difficult for kids to combat that and say, well, no, it's not what I'm saying. I'm just, giving you my boundaries, giving you my needs. And that's seen by the parents as, well, you're Americanized, because we didn't do this with our families and our parents.
Right.
So yeah, that's always an interesting barrier.
But how good that the kids are speaking up for themselves, and it's parents need to participate in that, and the more that they can be included, then the more that they'll understand too.
I definitely think so, and maybe channeling that information to them through individuals that they already trust in their community that are in leadership positions might be a great way to kind of bring the parents into this conversation. And I want to thank you very much for your presentation and bringing this to our attention here in Rhode Island and working on this. This is absolutely important, and it's great to kind of have these conversations and be able to include this in this year's program. So thank you all for being here with us. I appreciate your participation.
Thank you so much for including us.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
And so next we will be moving on to our final workshop of the day. And of course, with mental health, I always love to include workshops where we can actually do a little bit of self-care. And that's why I'm very excited for our last but certainly not least workshop, which is going to be gentle chair yoga. And Ellen McKay is here with us. I'm just promoting her to a panelist now. And hi, Ellen.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm so happy to be here with all of you.
Absolutely. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for joining us all the way from Oregon.
Of course. Happy to do it.
Great. So I am just going to read Ellen's bio. Ellen McKay is an experienced registered yoga teacher with a degree in social work. She is co-director of Yoga for Caregivers and helps cultivate and grow the community while supporting the broader efforts of the nonprofit. She understands the caregiving journey from personal experience, having served as a caregiver to her mother during her battle with lung cancer and her father in the final stages of COPD. Ellen is passionate about empowering others to find healing by turning inward to connect with the body, mind, and spirit. Welcome, Ellen.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited to share this practice with you all today. You're more than welcome to practice in a chair like I am, or if you happen to have a yoga mat or you want to sit on the floor, that's great too.
I will be staying on my chair.
Sounds good. Okay, so just a little bit about why practicing yoga can be helpful as a caregiver. As a caregiver, we tend to have a lot on our plate. Caregiving alone is a lot, and then we usually have other things as well that we're taking care of, whether we're working, maybe you're part of the sandwich generation and you're taking care of your older adults as well as younger children, and that's a lot to deal with. You might have a full-time job, part-time job outside of your caregiving role. There's a lot that can be added on to that plate that we're carrying around with us all the time. And with that extra stuff we're carrying around, it can add stress to our physical body, our mind, our heart. So today's practice is really all about releasing tension, whether that's tension in the mind, tension in the body. We're going to do a few different types of practices, and all these little mini practices are great tools to use at any point in time during your day, during your week, where you just kind of need a moment to reset, to pause, to get ready for whatever else you've got going on. So we'll start seated, whether that's on the mat, floor, chair, wherever, and just take the shoulders and roll them up and back a couple times. Good. So that neck, shoulder area, we really tend to hold some tension there. If you kind of notice your shoulders slowly creeping up to the ears throughout the day, this is a good little movement to just kind of remind yourself that you can let those shoulders relax. Good, one more time, up and back. Great. So wherever you are, get really comfortable. If you're in your chair, you can kind of lean back, maybe close the eyes if you choose. Hands can just rest on the legs. We'll start with a bit of breath work. And for me, during my caregiving journey, breath work was a really great tool to use to just help calm me down when I was feeling overwhelmed, anxious, worried. So just start by noticing your breath, just the inhale and exhale. Maybe you're breathing in and out through the nose, maybe you're breathing in and out through the mouth, whatever it is great. Just bringing that awareness into that flow, in and out. Good. You might notice where the breath is moving in the body. So maybe you feel your belly expand on the inhale and then soften on the exhale. Maybe you feel it more in through the chest. Maybe you feel it more in through the back. Wherever it is great. And then as we continue on with that breath, bring your awareness to the muscles in your face and see if maybe you can soften those muscles a little bit, especially around the eyes and the jaw. And we'll do a scan throughout the whole body, just kind of slowly moving your way down. Maybe now into the neck and the shoulders. Seeing if you need to shift or move a little bit to feel just 5% more comfortable. Shoulders can soften, arms can feel relaxed, hands are resting somewhere that feels good. And you work your way down around belly and hips. Again, maybe shifting and moving a little bit. Coming all the way down through the legs, knees, ankles, and feet. And if you like, you can even deepen that breath a little bit more. Maybe filling that belly or the chest a little more on that inhale and exhale. You can even exhale out through the mouth. Nice, gentle sighing, ha breath. Take about 5 more breaths, however you choose. Maybe making them a little more full. Maybe sighing out through the mouth. Great way to release jaw tension there. Couple more breaths. Very good. Nice. If the eyes are closed, just slowly begin to blink the eyes open. Good. Maybe again, a little more movement in the shoulders. We'll start our work kind of from the top and work our way down. So let's get a little movement for neck. Again, we can kind of tend to tighten up and tense up here. Maybe you notice some tension in the jaw. So we'll start with some very slow movement, just a little bit of kind of yes movement. So chin can go a bit down towards the chest. And then maybe that gaze lifts up slightly. Just a little bit of movement up and down. Nice and slow. Good. And then bring the head back to center, and we'll take a little look to the right, only going to the point where you start to feel a bit of resistance in the neck, not pushing or straining, and then bring the head back to center and going to the other side. Again, just slow movement. So as we take this movement side to side, becoming aware of how the neck feels today. Maybe one side feels a little bit different than the other. Good, and bring the head back to center. Now we'll do a little side to side movement. So maybe take that right ear towards the right shoulder. And slowly bring the head back up. And then we'll do the other side, left ear to left shoulder. And then back up. Good, a couple more times each side, just moving your pace with your breath. Good. Nice. Next time the head comes to the right, we'll take a pause there. And you can play around a little bit here. Maybe it's the ear that's closer to the shoulder. Maybe you turn the chin a little bit more down towards the shoulder. Left hand can stay there on the leg, or maybe you take those left fingertips down and kind of reach them down towards the floor. If you're sitting in a chair, you can even hold on to the side of the chair, really feeling that stretch along the left side of the neck, left shoulder. Staying with your full breath. In and out. Each breath, maybe you're feeling a little more relaxed. Now we'll gently begin to move the head over to the left. Take your time. Finding your stretch on this side. And maybe right hand stays on the leg. Maybe you reach it down towards the floor. Maybe it holds onto the side of the chair. And breathe. Feeling that stretch now on the right side. And maybe the head's in a little bit of a different position. That's completely fine. One side can always be different than the other. Good. One more breath. And releasing that side, bringing the head back to center and all the way up. Maybe we take another little shoulder roll up and back. Great. This time, take the shoulders, bring them up towards the ears. Try to squeeze those shoulders as far up as you can, and then exhale, just let them drop. Let's do that a couple more times. Inhale, lift and squeeze. Exhale, drop. Good. Again, lift and squeeze and drop. Great. One more time. Lift and squeeze and drop. Wonderful. We'll do something called dry brushing, and this is really great to wake up the body. So maybe if you're feeling a little tired and you kind of need a little pick-me-up, or if you're feeling maybe pulled in several different directions and you kind of need to recenter, need to refocus, this is a great way to bring your awareness and your presence back here, back into your body, back into wherever you are, whatever space you're in. So if you're seated in a chair, we're going to start on the right leg, and you can do kind of whatever feels right wherever you are. So I'm going to reach down towards my foot, and you're just going to gently rub. If the foot isn't accessible to you, maybe you're on your shin, maybe you're on your knee, but wherever you are, just take a little rub. Almost like you're trying to wash the foot or the ankle. And then slowly come up, and we'll start with maybe that shin. Just kind of that gentle rub. And around that knee on that right side, get front and back and side, adding some warmth to that side of the leg. And then up to the thigh, and you can do top, inner, outer thigh. Maybe you lift the leg a little bit and find your hamstring there. Some gentle brushing around the outer hip. Good. And then release that side and maybe take a little pause. Let's do a couple breaths in through the nose, and maybe again you choose that exhale out through the mouth. Gentle side, that releasing and relaxing them. And notice how that right side feels. Maybe it feels a little more awake, maybe it feels a little more relaxed, and maybe it feels a little more warm. Let's try the left side. So again, you take the hands down as far as they can reach, whatever feels comfortable. Maybe it's the foot, maybe it's more the shin or the knee. Doesn't matter, whatever feels best. Maybe you can get to those toes, maybe around the ankle, and slowly work your way up. Calf, shin, little rub. And then around the knee, front, side, and back. Good. And then to the thigh. Maybe you can lift the leg a little bit, rub the hamstring, the back of that thigh, maybe outer hip here. Good. Wonderful. Let yourself rest for a couple breaths. And just remember that this practice, this movement is all about you. So whatever feels good, whatever movement feels really beneficial in this moment, enjoy it. If it doesn't feel great for you today, that's okay. Just set it aside and do what feels good. Great. Bring those palms again together, warm them up a little bit, rub the palms of the hands, and then we'll move on to the right arm. So start to rub through the right fingers and the top of the right hand, the right wrist, and then up through that right arm, even up to the right shoulder and the upper chest, maybe even that right upper back a little bit. Good. And then release that side. Again, take a little pause, 2 breaths. Full inhale and full exhale. Good, one more round. Nice. Again, we'll bring those palms together and move up the left arm. So start with the left fingertips. Left top of the hand, left wrist, left lower arm. Try to get all sides around that elbow, upper arm and shoulder, maybe upper back, maybe left side of the chest. And then release. 5 breaths here, big full breaths in. And full breaths out. Maybe even close the eyes. Noticing if the body feels any different. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Good. One more breath. Wonderful. Hands are going to stay on the legs here, and I'm going to turn just a little sideways so you can see my movement a little better. We're bringing some movement into the spine now, getting some stretching in the front and the back of the body. So as you breathe in, you can tilt the pelvis a little forward, almost like you're going to lean a bit forward. Lift up through the belly and the chest, maybe take a little look up so the chest is nice and open. And then on the exhale, you're going to tilt the pelvis back like you're leaning back a little bit. Round through the spine, maybe chin tucks towards the chest. We're going to flow through that motion a few more times. So tilt the pelvis forward, reach the belly up, chest up, maybe a little look up as those shoulders drop down. Exhale, round the spine. Good. Few more to go. Inhale. Open up through the front of the body. Exhale, round. As you move through these different spaces, maybe noticing what areas feel a little more tight, which areas want some more tension, what areas are feeling really good today. One more exhale to round. Very nice. Bring it back to center. Let's do a couple more of those shoulder shrugs. Bring the shoulders to the ears and let them drop. Two more and let them drop. And again. And let them drop. Great. We're going to go back to that cat and cow movement. So that lifting of the chest and the rounding of the back, but we're going to bring the arms out to the side and add a little arm movement as well. So as you lift the chest up, maybe those palms turn forward and up, kind of opening up those arms a little bit. And then as you exhale and round, maybe you turn the palms down and even maybe a little bit behind. So we're kind of rounding the shoulders forward. Inhale, opening up. Exhale, round forward. Maybe adding in that arm movement if you want. Let's do that a couple more times. Inhale, open up. Exhale, round it. Good. One more. Inhale, open. And exhale. Round. Good. Release. Bring everything back to center. Roll those shoulders up and back. Great. Inhale. Take those arms, sweep them out and up. So really take up all the space you can. Hands can come in prayer in front of the heart. Let's do that again. Reach the arms out and up. Good. Hands in prayer in front of the heart. One more time. Inhale out and up. Great. Hands down. On the next inhale, take the hands up. And we're going to bring the right hand down either to the floor if you're seated or maybe the side of the chair. You can even kind of anchor yourself in here, holding onto the side of the chair. We'll take that left arm up and over. So get a nice big stretch along the outer edge of that left side of the waist. Right hand can also rest on the leg. Keeping those feet gently pressing into the floor, finding some stability there. Good. Slowly come back to center. Let's try the other side. So maybe left hand reaches down, holds onto the chair or to the mat. Right hand can lift up and over. Feel that gentle press into the floor with the feet as you open up through that right side of the body. Great. Slowly bring it back to center and release that arm down. Shoulders roll up and back. A little bit of reset there for the arms. Nice. Take the arms over to the left side and we're going to do a bit of a rainbow with the arms. So arms are going to come up and over. So working a little bit into our twisting motion. We're using those core muscles here to help move us from side to side. Again, maybe you keep that gentle press into the floor with the feet. Let's do that again, side to side. Maybe a couple more times. Good. As we take those arms up and over to the right, we'll take a pause here as we find that twist. So maybe left hand stays here on that right thigh, right hand can hold on to the side of the chair. Lift up really, really tall. Exhale, twisting towards that right side. Spine stays long. And see if you can soften jaw, shoulders, neck here. 2 more full breaths. Nice. Great. Hands are going to sweep up and over, and we're going to go to the left. Same options here. Maybe that right hand crosses over the body. Maybe it stays on that right leg. Left hand can just relax down to the side. Maybe you hold on to the chair, lifting tall wherever you are and twisting to that left side. Good. 2 more full breaths. You're doing great. And slowly unwind. Great. Shoulders again, roll up and back. Let's take 3 full breaths here, maybe eyes closed. And noticing how the body's feeling. Feeling that calming of the breath. Maybe one more round here. Good. If eyes are closed, slowly blinking the eyes back open. If you're on a chair, scoot a little bit more forward. And I'm going to kind of turn a bit sideways here so I have a little more room for my legs. And we're going to take the feet wider than the hips if that feels stable for you. And just start with a bit of movement into the pelvis. So we're tilting a little forward and then we're tilting a little back. So kind of like those cat and cow rolls, but now we're maybe getting a bit more into the hips and inner outer thighs and legs. Let's do that a couple more times. Do that little rock forward and back. Great. And then we're going to take that forward fold and pause. So maybe elbows come to the thighs, spine is really long. If you want and you have this accessible to you, you might be able to bring the hands down to the legs, maybe even fingertips reach down to the floor, or you've kind of got a block or something in front of you that you can reach and put your hands down on. But wherever you are, nice long spine, softening the jaw. Couple more breaths. Good job. So in this forward fold, we'll add a bit of a twist if you choose. I'm just going to turn so you can see a little bit better here. So forearms can definitely stay here on the thighs. Taking that right arm, we're going to start to sweep it out and maybe up. And if you want, you can follow the hand with the gaze, getting a bit of a stretch there for the neck. And then slowly bring that right hand back down, forearm sets on the left. Let's try that again with the left side, sweeping that left arm out and maybe up. And slowly returning it back to center. Let's do that a few more times. Your pace, your breath, inhaling, opening up through chest, getting a bit of a twist. Slowly coming back to center. Good. Again on that left side. And bring it back. Fantastic. One more time each side. Inhale. And on your exhale, maybe you slowly release. Feel free to add your breath however you'd like. It doesn't have to be the same as mine. Maybe on your inhale, you open that left arm out and up. And maybe on your exhale, you return that arm back to center. Good. Keeping the spine long, we're going to add a little core challenge here if you choose. So make sure those feet are pressing firmly into the floor, or you feel those legs kind of activate. So we're using some strength here in those leg muscles. Feel like the belly could hug in towards center so that low back is nice and supported. Maybe we just take the palms to the thighs, and you can even play around a little bit with hovering those palms. So we're really using core here, front, side, back, all those muscles that make up our core. Hands can stay here. Maybe they hover a little bit. If you want, you can even reach them out to the sides like airplane wings. Pressing those feet down, feeling that belly hug in. Don't forget to breathe, finding that nice strength. Good. One more breath. And then bringing those hands back again to the mat, back again to the legs, pressing into the legs and coming all the way back up, rolling those shoulders up. Nice. So I'm going to come to standing here. If you want to stay in your chair, you're more than welcome to. Everything that we do will be accessible from a chair. And if I need to give you any options, I will definitely do that. So if you'd like to come to stand, go ahead and have your chair nearby still. We're going to do a little bit of balance, so that chair might come in handy if you would like some extra support for our balance. As you come to standing, coming into mountain pose, taking the feet about hip distance apart, you can always bring those feet wider if that feels more stable for you. Shoulders roll up and back, Nice long spine. Maybe those arms reach out to the sides and really feel that grounding, that pressing down of the feet into the floor. Tall, tall spine. Good. One more breath here. Nice. We'll do a little side bending. If you choose, maybe you use that chair here for more support or a wall. Inhale, take the arms up, and we'll take a little reach to the right. So really press into the feet, find that strength. If you want to use your chair or your wall, take that right hand down as the left arm reaches. And then we'll take both arms back up to center and a little reach to the left. It doesn't have to be a big movement. And maybe you use that wall or the chair nearby to get that stretch. Press through the feet. Good. One more time each side. Back to center. And then to the right. Maybe that right hand reaches down. Feet are strong, pressing into the floor. Hands come back up. And let's go to the left. Last time. Good job. Bring it back to center. And release, roll those shoulders out the back. We'll add in some balance here. Maybe we start just a little rock front to back. So all you're doing here is rocking a little towards the toes and a little towards the heels. Feel free again to use anything here to add some extra support for your balance. If you want to lift those heels up a little bit higher, you can. Playing around a bit, arms going wide can help with balance too. Good. Maybe you even want to pause a little bit with those heels lifted. Kind of see what it feels like to be in that balance, and then slowly lower down. Good. Nice. Let's do that one more time, maybe. Lifting and maybe pausing for a moment. And then releasing back down. Good. Give everything a good little shake. Shaking is always a great way to relieve tension in the body. So have fun. Good. Okay. I'm going to move my chair just a little bit so I have some more space here on my mat. We're going to take a nice wide stance. And if you don't have a sticky mat underneath your yoga mat, just make sure you're not slipping and sliding anywhere. Okay. So we're going to take that right foot and turn it a little bit out towards the short side of the mat, or kind of towards that right side of you. Left toes are going to turn in a little bit. Arms can reach out if you'd like, and we're going to slowly bend the right knee, coming into warrior two. Great way to strengthen legs, feel that belly hug in, strengthening core. It's also a great way to find your inner strength, find that inner warrior that sometimes we need to pull out during our caregiving experience. Take a couple breaths here. Great. Straighten that right leg, release the arms, and let's just switch it. So right toes turn in a little bit, left toes turn out. Again, those arms can reach out, left knee can bend. Finding some breath here. And your shape doesn't have to look exactly like mine. You can have a wider stance with the feet. You can have a shorter stance. Your knee can be bent at a different angle. Just maybe those hands rest on the hips or the thighs. Good. A couple more breaths, connecting to that inner warrior. And then releasing those arms down. Good. Turn the toes again to the right. So right toes turned out, left toes turn in. We're going to bring the hands together in prayer. And we're moving in and out of this shape and our warrior two shape. So as you exhale, maybe you bend that right knee and spread those hands out, and then bring everything back together. Good. We'll do that a couple more times. If you'd like, spread it out, take up all the space, and then bring it back together. Good. 3 more just like that. Move with your breath if you choose. Completely up to you. Good. 1 more round. Open it up. And bring it back. Great. Switch the feet. Right toes in, left toes out. We'll change the arms this time. So as you bend that left knee, arms reach out and maybe all the way up, kind of depending on how your shoulders feel. As you straighten the leg, the arms sweep back down. So inhale, maybe that knee bends, Arms can reach up as high as you choose. Exhale, flow those arms back down as you straighten the leg. Great. 3 more times. Your pace, your breath. Getting some movement through hip and legs, shoulders. Good. Last round. And release. Nice. Slowly walk those feet back in together. Roll the shoulders up and back. Take a little moment to shake. So this, you can definitely do seated or standing. It kind of depends on how you feel most stable. We're going to take the feet wide. So if you're seated in your chair, same thing. You're going to take your feet wide, turn your toes out a little bit. If you're standing, you're going to start to bend the knees, and you get to choose how far you bend the knees. Hands are going to stay here on the thighs, whether you're seated or standing. We're going to do a little bit of side bending. So right hand's going to stay on that right thigh, left arm reaches up and over. Good. Again, feel that length, feel that breath on the left side. Bring it back to center and we'll switch. So now left hand comes down to the leg, right arm reaches up and over. Same movements if you're seated. Good. And then bring it back to center. If you're standing, just straighten those legs for a moment, give everything a little shake, take some pressure off the legs, let them relax a bit. And then when you're ready, again, we're going to bend those knees. If you're standing, hands are going to stay on the thighs, whether you're seated or standing, and take that right shoulder and just kind of drop it down a little bit. We're going to get a bit of a twist, bit of an inner thigh stretch on that right side. Bring everything back to center, and then we're going to drop that left shoulder down. Same thing here. Now we're twisting a bit to the right, inner thigh stretch on that left leg. And let's do it one more time each side. So drop that right shoulder down. And then the left shoulder down. Good. Bring it back to center. If you're standing, straighten those legs. Slowly turn the toes now to face the long side of the mat if you're using a mat, or just have those feet turned parallel to each other. We'll do a bit of a forward fold. Same thing if you're seated in a chair. Hands come to the hips, lift up really, really tall. Exhale, start to bring the hands down towards the thighs. Maybe they come down towards the shins, maybe even come down towards the floor. Wherever you go, let the head be heavy. A little bit of a bend in those knees to help protect the hamstrings. And just let that upper body relax. Hands can fall towards the floor. Maybe even take the hands and hold on to opposite elbows. Good. Hands are going to come back to the thighs. Knees bend, press into those heels, slowly rise up, take your time, and roll the shoulders up and back. Very nice. All right, if you're standing, let's move back to the chair or back seated on your mat. Good. Take a moment to settle in. So maybe roll those shoulders around a bit, find that nice tall seated position. And for me, I like to scoot a little forward so I have some space between my back and the back of the chair, just so I can move a little bit easier sometimes. And that might feel good for you too. Feet are out underneath the knees, about hip distance apart. We'll add in a little bit more stretch for our upper body and hips. And then we'll go into our final relaxation, our relaxation shape. Inhale, taking those arms out and up. And exhale, a couple choices here. Maybe you take those hands back towards the side of the chair, like the leg of the chair. Maybe even slide those hands behind you a little bit, like behind the hips. Inhale again, we're going to lift up and open. Exhale, maybe those hands float down again, either to the chair or behind. Let's do that one more time. Inhale, sweep those arms out and up. Exhale, bring the hands down, either to the chair or maybe a little bit behind you. We'll take right ear to right shoulder. Stretching again through neck and shoulder here, softening jaw. Few breaths. Shin's going to roll down towards the chest, and then head comes over to the left. So we'll get that stretch on the other side. And then slowly head comes back to center and all the way up. Release those arms wherever they are, shoulders roll up and back. Do one more stretch here for hips, and I'm going to give you a couple different options. We'll start with that right leg first. So maybe the right leg crosses in front of the left ankle. If it feels okay, you can even take the right ankle to the left thigh. So that's kind of up to you. It's either on the thigh or in front of the ankle. We'll start with a little bit of tilt of the pelvis, so starting to find that lean forward. Hands can stay in the legs, maybe forearms come down to the legs, but we're going to get a big stretch usually on that outer hip, glute, maybe lower back area on that right side. Those are those big muscles that help us move, help us pick up, help us do all the things that we do throughout the day. And they don't always get that love and support that they need. So we'll take a few more breaths here. Full inhales and exhales. Good. Nice. Slowly come back upright and we'll switch sides. Same options here. Maybe that left ankle crosses in front of the right. Maybe the left ankle comes up to that right thigh. Wherever you are, we'll start to find a little bit of a tilt. Hands again can stay on the leg. Maybe forearms come down to the leg. You choose. One side might be different than the other. Two more full breaths. Good. Slowly coming back upright, releasing that side and getting nice and comfortable wherever you are. If you're sitting in a chair, maybe you lean back. Start to relax. We'll take some ha breaths in through the nose and out to the mouth. 2 more times, just like that, in through the nose and out to the mouth. Good. 1 more time, in through the nose and out the mouth. Great. Settling into wherever you are. And becoming aware again of your breath. This time we'll try to take the exhales a little bit longer than the inhale. It doesn't have to be a big difference. So if it's helpful to you, you can even count the length of your breath. Maybe your inhale is for a count of 4. And see if you can bring your exhale to a 5 or a 6, maybe longer if that feels okay. But as we start to extend the exhales, we start to turn on that relaxation response, or our parasympathetic nervous system. Starting to release tension in the muscles. Starting to relax the mind helps to reduce anxiety, stress. So we can feel a little more balanced, a little more calm, a little more centered. Taking some more rounds of breath with that extended exhale. Keeping that breath going. And maybe just softening into the natural pace of the breath here. Letting the whole body relax. If the eyes are closed, slowly beginning to blink the eyes open. Bringing a bit of movement back to the body. Maybe fingers wiggle or the toes. You can even bring the palms together, give them a little rub. And we'll take one more breath here together. Inhale, reaching the arms out and up, and then bringing those palms together in prayer in front of the heart. And taking this moment to really thank yourself for taking time out for your body, your mind, your spirit. You definitely deserve it. Thank you for practicing with me today.
Thank you, Ellen. That was amazing. I'm trying very hard to keep myself out of kind of sleep mode. When I get relaxed, I get sleepy. And I keep telling myself, no, you still have a show to run. So thank you very much for that yoga session, and I hope that it was helpful to our caregivers in the audience. And if anyone would like to connect with Ellen, she is again, her company is called Yoga, the number 4 Caregivers. And feel free to connect with her on social media. And I think you're still doing virtual yoga sessions, right, Ellen?
Yes, yes. If you find us, you can find us through Facebook as well. And we have a private group just for caregivers that we offer free wellness tools. They're usually short videos because that's really what caregivers need most of the time. And they're all replays, so you can watch them whenever it works for you.
That's great. Thank you so much. And so we're going to move to the last but not least portion of our presentation. And Ellen, I'm going to stop your video. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
And so first, I want to say thank you to everyone who has been with us throughout the day. I know that, we're all, especially those of us that work with caregivers, have so many events to attend in November, which is National Caregiver Month, and I appreciate everyone taking the time to register and be with us here today. Each year, we take some time in November to recognize and thank the members in our community who put the well-being and needs of others ahead of their own. We celebrate their selflessness and their commitment to our global beloved community. Each of us knows someone in our community who's a caregiver, either as a family caregiver or a professional who works each day to help caregivers. And I want to take some time to first congratulate and talk about our Caregiver of the Year award winner for this year, Bethany Hogan. Bethany was nominated by her friend and coworker, Tara Hayes. And Bethany is a caregiver in her personal life, but also works for the Rhode Island Parent Information Network, or RIPIN. And so Bethany wears both hats. Bethany has 2 children who were born prematurely. Both Ryan and Logan require a lot of hands-on care and have needed numerous surgeries throughout the years. Bethany began her career as a teacher, but as her family grew, she stepped away to care for her children and provide the necessary advocacy and support to help them lead fulfilling lives. After trying to resume her career as a teacher, she realized the job was too consuming and not flexible enough, so she took some time to reevaluate her role and came to work at RIPIN in 2017. Working with the Parent Training and Information Center, supporting families with special education needs. She's a hard worker who gets results for the families she supports, whether it's through training or at a meeting. Since that time, Bethany has become a role model for her peers in both her professional and personal life. She co-chairs her school district's special education local advisory committee and provides an avenue for parents to work with the school to help their child get the best educational experience possible. Bethany not only advocates tirelessly for her children and others, but she is Ryan and Logan's biggest cheerleader. So I want to give a virtual round of applause to Bethany for all that she does for Ryan and Logan and for her community. And I want to congratulate Bethany from all of us here at the Family Caregiver Alliance, United Way, and the Office of Healthy Aging for your award this year as Caregiver of the Year. We would love to have been able to celebrate you in person, but with everything going on, we thought it would be best to still keep this event virtual. And hopefully you will be able to enjoy the gift card that we sent you at any restaurant that you would like. And again, it's just a small token of appreciation for all of the work that you're doing. And Bethany is here with us today as an attendee. And we wish her all the best as she is recuperating, and hope that in the future we can have you be a participant in our event. Again, congratulations, and thank you to all of you again for being here with us today. If you missed any parts of the conference today, don't fret. We will send along a link with the recorded session so you can refer back to it. And I did see the request from a lot of you for the PowerPoint presentation of our keynote speaker. So once I have more information on that, I will provide an update. In the meantime, happy holidays to everyone. I hope everyone has a safe and happy holiday season with their loved ones, be it family, the person they're caring for, or the community that they've chosen for themselves. Those are, what was it that Elizabeth said? Our families, our friend families. So again, happy holidays to everyone, and thank you for being with us. Take good care.